Alrighty, guys, good evening. Happy fucking third Friday. I hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight, we're going to be doing more of Starfield. So you guys have that to look forward to or not to look forward to, depending on your preferences. Doesn't really matter to me, because that's what we're doing. Good. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening, guys. Oh, yeah. Let's get into the podcast here, guys. I've been kind of cutting the podcast short, mainly just doing modding stuff because I've wanted to do some time in Starfield. Apparently, the NASA had a UAP panel yesterday, which we're going to take a quick look at, I believe, here. It depends on what it is, how long it takes. It should just be basically methodology for finding UAPs. UAPs being unidentified aerial phenomenon, also known as UFOs. We're going to take a peek at that, though. That goes. We're going to update first. The patch yesterday kind of fuckered with stuff, so... most of it works, but some of it doesn't. Not the full UE back. Not the full UE. Oh my god. Dude, this guy has no idea how to fucking do his mod. Thinks these are different because the person that made it decided that they weren't going to do it properly. Why is it not removing all of them? It. Oh, geez, guys. Ah. Yeah. Problems with this yesterday, wasn't working properly. as the mod requires. Documents. My game, Starfield. Wonder if a mod update fuckered something. One of the other mods was doing something dumb. Not seen anything. Who knows? 1:35 a.m. yesterday. All worked. Wonder if Vortex does not see properly. Different. Lights. What? What's going on here, guys? They're identical. They're in two different locations, though. I don't know if this is a hot link. I mean, the start screen definitely works. Checking. Can't tell when the mods are loaded or not. Data, video, menu loop. $44,695. This must be a hot directory that links to the install directory. I don't know why this exists. App Store? Are identical to each other from the looks of it. Down to the byte level. Good. What is this? I don't know. IDK. Off to check. Base ship edit for menu. $532. $532. Starfield content. Fucking weird. Break everything, guys? Dude, this game's such a hodgepodge of just random stuff. Just, like, thrown together. Good. Definitely turned off TAA, or used to turn off. Pretty sure TAA is turned off. You can tell TAA is off. Um... Fashion way. Lots of problems, guys. Last couple days have been kind of weird in and of itself, in my life and just in general. Lots of stuff going on right now. Properly, this all happened after the patch happened yesterday. Pinnacle. The loose files into your My Game Start. What the fuck are loose files? Data. App data, Starfield. Pipeline cache. Clear the cache. Some Okay, let's try this first. Do this, guys. This just all worked prior to the patch. Some of the mods are working and some of the mods are not working, which is curious. That looks completely different. Absolutely looks completely different, guys. Not even close. The other one had like blue caked over the top of it. Greenish blue. Doesn't even fucking look the same. Not even remotely the same. So I was right. They changed something with the patch yesterday, and it broke some of the mods, but not all the mods. Okay. Now I'm gonna forget about it because it's there. Like, do I install all the mods to the documents directory then? What would I even? I think I'd have to uninstall them. Manually set location. Beta Starfield extension. Do I even have that? Have? Mine are not staged in app data roaming vortex. Oh. Wonder if it's trying to write to a directory it doesn't have access to. That folder was protected. It really shouldn't be this hard, guys. Go to your Vortex settings, make sure hard deployment is set to hard link deployment. Apply. Forgot what you need to click on, but you'll just get some toast messages. Make sure you let Vortex do deployments. Makes me wonder if some of these mods aren't even working because they're in directory. There's something newer. And UE inventory was working for me, for sure. RU is working for me. Compact missions was working for me. Yes. Okay. All a week ago, something changed yesterday with update. It's fucking weird whenever you see a post like in cache and you can't actually find what it's looking for, like in the data. It doesn't exist. Hot link. Some aren't even dated. Bots and graphical mods. Ridicule works. I think visual. What's set manifest do? I wonder if I change this to the documents folder, it'll fix it. I will change everything, or is it gonna fuck me? Not gonna be able to find that folder again. I don't care that you think that's not where it's supposed to go. Let's see. Starfield.exe. Copy, paste, continue. Yeah, I copied it from the wrong folder. Files here? Okay. I am a fucking administrator. What do you mean? What do you mean you need permission from an administrator? I am a fucking administrator. We're back, guys. I gotta take a piss. You even think it does any sort of validation? Find out, guys. Text document. It has to be where the Starfield.exe is. Yeah. Alright. It didn't redo the mods, though. I'm sure everything's fuckered now. Well, it forces you to reinstall stuff. Okay. But okay, we want after. I think I just completely fuckered my game, guys. Let's find out. There's no way it uses GPU acceleration for, what do you mean, Major? Use GPU acceleration for deploying, or unzipping files. So some of the mods work. This is fucking weird. Some of the mods work, and then other mods do not. And why? I don't think Bethesda even understands why. Yeah. What? That's because I might have clicked it multiple times. So this may or may not work. It would be very unfortunate if it decides to only load some of the mods now, but not all the mods. So I basically have to have 2 mod folders, which Mod Manager does not have an option to do, and you don't have an option to manually deploy mods inside Mod Manager. Done. I click deploy multiple times. Not even multi-threaded properly. Using it's unzipping files, guys, but it's not multi-threaded well. Geez. So some things were working, but other things weren't, which makes it very difficult. Like the graphical mods are very difficult to tell apart if they aren't working properly. The only reason I knew the LUT mod wasn't working was because it makes things look different. Changed with the patch on Wednesday. Definitely changed, and we just confirmed it tonight by manually deploying the LUT mod, and that changed a lot again. Okay. Done. What this basically did is I changed the install folder. That's not even Starfield.exe. I changed the star folder, and then it looks like it's deployed in here. What it would do inside the game directory. Crashes. Figuring out which mods don't even work would be very difficult too. If my start screen is different, that'll be a good sign. Not. Alright, well, let's see what works and what doesn't. What mod is working? Or mod working? My UE mod is working. Looks like the compact UE is working too. Like the planet mod's working as well. This looks much more deep. What mod is working though? So far the only one that doesn't seem like it's working is my start menu mod. That's working? I think that might have been a byproduct of one of my other mods being broken. No, it's not. Just these windows that are broken. Through the Xbox X, can it be transferred to Xbox or PC only? I think the way it works with the Xbox app is you can play it on either Xbox or on console or on PC. The Xbox app, I don't have an Xbox at all, mind you. The Xbox app is just a game store. So Windows, the game store is called Xbox app. You bought the Game Pass. So, pretty sure everything's working. Except for my menu. It does look like my textures look better too. I'm not sure on that though. Okay, that looks very high res, in my opinion. Like my FPS is kind of shit though, but I don't know. Like when I turn side to side, my FPS on the top right doesn't show it. This looks real. Also because they're so high res. Usually when you get really, I don't know what it is, but when you get really high res stuff, it starts making your screen look kind of like film grain. I don't know why. Even though I'm getting 100 FPS, it doesn't feel that way. Much data or something. I don't even know if there's a term for this, by the way. I've just noticed it in video games. I'm pretty sure that's a sign that we have really high-res textures going on here. Good. 100 FPS doesn't sound that way, though. Look that way when I move really fast. I can use Xbox app to use console commands and it transfers to my Xbox. I don't know what that means. Gun looks way different. Or the shot animation for this gun looks way different. Totally looks way different though. So my menus aren't working. Desktop. I guess one way to figure out whether or not the planets work is I could look at the textures in the background. Dreaming Star. Yeah, exactly. Like if that's making you dizzy, it's not because you normally get dizzy, even motion sickness. That's what you're feeling. That's why I know what's happening. You're getting motion sickness because the screen looks like shit, and I'm getting 100 FPS. Like I said, there should be a term for it, but there isn't. And also, my main menu is once again not the new menu. The only mod so far that seems like it doesn't actually transfer is this our mod. I don't know why. Compact Mission UE was working. Star UE was working. Scanner Encumbrance was working. Compact Ship Builder didn't check. Flight Camera, I don't know. That hasn't worked for me yet. Proof Combat, I don't know. Can't really easily tell on that one. Cruise Ship Ridicule, I'd have to wait and check. Normally use Mod Manager to deploy it. This is the thing. My mods were with the basic install. Some of them would work and some of them wouldn't work. And some of them did work until Wednesday when they had a patch. And then after Wednesday, some of the mods aren't working anymore. And it looks like I have to install them to my data, my Starfield data folder, my game Starfield data. Normally it's in your install directory. So, where the game normally installs. This is for Game Pass, mind you. But I'm in Starfield, and there's a data folder. It's like your entire game's in here. Normally, the mod manager, this guy, will manage all of it. So, but I have the Game Pass version. Apparently, it's still not working properly. Oh, jeez. And you can't manually set where it deploys. Response to a complaint we received under the DMCA Act, we removed one result. Vortex Mod Manager Game Pass Starfield. What? Vortex is awful? Yes, it is. Talking about credentials, don't care. Vortex is needlessly obtuse and that's the user's fault. That's a cowboy coder. Says shit like that. I don't know what MO2 is. Yeah, this is common. This is very, very, very common to coders in general. Downvoting it because people get butthurt. That's very, very true. MO2 mod manager. I use Vortex because it's part of their website. We are now into the bureaucracy of the modding community and the intricacies of why the mod managers do and don't work properly. And apparently there's another mod manager, which is this guy. MO2 Starfield? This is literally, yeah, this is another night's worth of shit here. Fucking job. Playing this game is a job. Playing with mods is a job. Well, it looks like all the mods work except for that start menu, which is kind of a shame because I like the start menu. I want to take a look at the NASA panel yesterday for UAPs. NASA UAP panel. Yeah, on Mod Manager, if you're going to like legitimate websites like this, they're generally very scrutinized, and as such, like they even run virus scans on them right here. You can still get viruses, but generally, if you're on a modding website like this, I don't even think it's what I consider a trusted source for the most part. And it looks like they have built-in virus scanning now. Otherwise, if you are curious about that, you can go to Virus Total and manually scan files, and it sometimes will spit out false positives. Make sure my IP doesn't pop up here. Basically, submit a file to, and it checks with a bunch of different virus scanners. Or URL, depends on what you want to do. That's if you're really paranoid. Generally the go-to for most people. But if it's on a website like this, I'd trust it. If you're downloading something shady from a single website, maybe not. 3 hours. Oh my god. That's 3 months ago. Days. It was this morning. Well, yesterday. What? NASA video. Days ago, 1 day ago, 14 hours ago. Fuck did the panel go? Studying UFOs should involve more science, less sensationalism. Where the fuck's the sensationalism? If you believe the crackpots, that's up to you. People can study UFOs and UAPs, and not stereotypes would be less common. UFO studying should involve less stereotypes. More professionalism. Really, like, depending on what side of the line people are on, guys, as far as UFOs and UAPs, you can kind of tell where the bias is coming from. Like, it's not, there's always going to be crazy people. Like, religion in itself. You know, you can say what you want about religion as a whole, whether or not you're religious or not, it doesn't matter. Scientifically, religion can be studied, i.e. not your belief of the religion, but rather the history of the religion. Theocracy is the study of religion. And you can separate these two different things, but for some reason with aliens, there is not a separation of the two. It's like you got believers and non-believers, and there's nothing in between. Like it's like everyone is like on the religious page of UAPs and UFOs. I really don't understand. I don't get that. Let's see. Let's go to NASA. This was supposed to be broadcast. What happened?
Hello.
There it is.
Welcome.
It's unlisted.
At NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C. for a press briefing on a report from an independent study team on unidentified anomalous phenomena.
It's also really quiet.
We have 4 speakers here today. We have Bill Nelson, our NASA administrator. Nikki Fox, the Associate Administrator for the
Why is this
Science Mission
unlisted?
Directorate. Dan Evans, the Assistant Deputy Associate Administrator for Research within the Science Mission Directorate, and David Spergel, who is the President of the Simons Foundation.
So this is the supposedly the panel where they're talking about how they're approaching UAPs and UFOs. 10:30 to 2:30.
And was also the chair of this particular independent study team. I will ask everybody in the room to please silence your cell phone.
Set the fucking language so people can set subtitles. I had the same complaint with the whole Mexican thing, because if you set the language, guys, people can do auto-generated subtitles, which is a huge deal. It's a huge deal. Like if I don't understand Spanish, even if it's crude Spanglish, right? Because it's using auto-generated. At least I have some idea what's going on. And they, like, you guys, like, the volume here is really quiet if you guys aren't getting that, and you can't turn on subtitles. And for some reason this video is unlisted. Why? 95 views.
We will get started with everybody.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't even, so, like, this isn't about believing. So, as mentioned here, this is not whether or not you think aliens exist or you don't think aliens exist. It is about looking at whether or not they exist. You know, it's the idea that you can study a phenomenon without being personally, subjectively involved in it. And that's the whole point I was trying to make, is there seems to be like a huge detachment between people that are capable of doing this with specifically UFOs and UAPs. With religion, like I mentioned already, there's already the science, the study of religion. That's a thing. That's outside of whether or not you believe in God or you don't believe in God or Buddha or whatever your deity is. It doesn't matter. Satan, it doesn't matter. Religions themselves can be scientifically studied. So this might get kind of dry, guys. We're going to launch this, and this is also 720p.
Thanks so much.
For some strange reason. See if I can find a better video.
Searches for the unknown in air and space. It's in our DNA. From digging on Mars with the Perseverance rover in those little titanium tubes that we intend to go back and pick up, digging in a dry lake bed near the mouth of a river Now we're going
Hello
up to the
and welcome.
top of the cliff where the scientists
There we
feel
go.
that there could be the
I don't know what that video is.
Welcome. We are here to take questions.
best examples of if there were life
Still 720p.
there millions of years ago. Whether we're dealing with Perseverance or the James Webb Space Telescope, which searches for exoplanets with signs of habitability, we are looking for signs of life, past and present. And it's in our DNA to explore and to ask why things are the way they are. In June of last year, NASA commissioned an independent study team to examine
There you go.
unidentified
That's better.
anomalous phenomena.
Yeah, and there's no way to see your own Air Force. There's no way, from what I understand, it's actually pretty common. We've talked about this generally only when governments talk about this, because there is a lot of crazy shit on YouTube, and the problem is separating the noise from the actual fact, because there is a strong monetary pull to sell people on the idea of whatever they want to hear, right? And it's really shitty, because then you can't actually figure out, like, it's very difficult to figure out the truth and what is and isn't real. Because people are just trying to profit off of it.
How NASA can use our expertise and instruments to study
We covered the
UAP
special UAP briefing last at the end of July, which is pretty good. We talked about the Mexican UFOs, which I'm sure you guys have heard about,
the conversation about UAP
which are probably
from
fake but might not be.
sensationalism to science, and to make sure that whatever we find or whatever we recommend,
Like I said, we might skip
make
through this,
sure
guys,
that information
because it looks
is
kind of
shared
dry,
transparently
but
around
we'll
the
see.
world.
We'll see where it goes.
There's a global fascination.
This is something I'm interested in.
with UAP.
This is unrelated to the Mexican aliens from Wednesday.
One of the first
So,
questions I
or
often
Thursday,
get
excuse me.
is about these
No, they're Wednesday.
sightings. And much of that fascination is due to the unknown nature of it.
Yeah, so like he's just giving a speech right now.
Most UAP sightings result
Person
from
speech.
very limited data. That makes it even more difficult to draw scientific conclusions about the nature of UAP. And so this independent study team brought together some of the world's leading scientists, data, and artificial intelligence experts, aerospace safety specialists, all with a specific charge from me, which is to tell how to apply the full focus of science and
So this
data
panel is supposedly all about
UAP.
how they're going to approach the idea of
This is the
UAPs,
first
and their
time
panel is going
NASA
to work on
has
them.
taken concrete action to seriously look
It's not
into
actually going to be anything new as far as actual UAPs.
and
So
this independent study team was just that, independent. Now, NASA has a statutory authority to look for life in the universe. And when you think of the universe, and especially what we have learned from the James Webb Space Telescope, how vast that it is. We knew before, and it was a NASA scientist, Dr. John Mather, who got the Nobel that determined that the universe was 13.
yeah, that's a big deal. That's why the whole like arrow is formed, because they're in the government. There's really a couple things. There's a stigma associated with it, so people just think you're crazy. You know, it's something you just talk about when you drink a couple beers, and there's nowhere to report it anyways. Allegedly, there's nowhere to report it anyways, right? But arrow is supposed to be where you're supposed to report stuff that doesn't make sense like that.
Galaxies, including our own, have billions and billions of stars.
Yeah, you'd have to be. By the way, you'd have to be absolutely crazy to think we're alone in the universe. You know, they might not be here, but there is so many planets in the universe, guys. There's no way that there isn't life, sentient life on them. It just doesn't make sense.
And somewhere out there, we will discover.
But I'm pretty sure that aliens not only have been here or are here, whether or not organic aliens are here. So remote working like UAVs as opposed to little green men or whatever running around here, right? Like we're on Mars right now, right? We have UAVs on Mars, which are the Mars rovers, right? And helicopters. We have rovers, helicopters. We have satellites over there now. Yeah. And by the way, that doesn't need a carbon atmosphere. This sounds like a guy. This is like a fucking listening to a preacher, guys. Are you gonna say, "Oh my God, there's probably aliens somewhere"? No way. No way. Don't go on a limb and say there might be aliens in the galaxy. No way.
But I asked some of our scientists. As a matter of fact,
yeah, it's all circumstantial right now. The stuff, like the whole thing we're trying to get by is, like I said, breaking down the noise of just personal testimony only means so much. You actually have to have like tangible objects, and then it has to be verified by other people. Like with the Mexican mummies or the alien mummies right now, those need to be verified by third parties. And as of right now, they're generally seen as a hoax, and they will be probably for coming weeks, months until they get reviewed by the scientific community, which is good. That's the way it has to be.
The answer was, what's the likelihood?
Can't see unicorns? There might be unicorns somewhere in the galaxy. Who knows? There's something that looks like a unicorn. like the idea that there aren't aliens is like kind of like
without any preconceived notions.
It's very narcissistic and hubris. It's like the only reality you know, the only extent of your understanding of the galaxy is only what you've seen in a zoo on Earth. And I mean, like I said, there's billions, trillions of planets in the galaxy. The galaxy's fucking huge. Like, have you seen some of the James Webb Telescope stuff? What's the new one? Spiral Galaxy? What's some of the new ones? They're fucking ridiculous. Nebulas. There's Cartwheel. Took a really, really nice good one that was recent. Spiral Galaxy. Like, each one of these is a fucking sun. Like, these tiny little points here, guys, are suns. And this is a tiny portion of the galaxy. There is no way. There is absolutely no way. Like, we have, like, what, 9 planets in our solar system, and we have 1 star. There is an infinitesimal amount of stars with planets circling them. They're just like the chances that 2 amoebas fucked each other and then made some primordial goo that a rabbit came out of is, yeah,
takeaway from the study
is ridiculous.
There's a lot more to learn. The NASA independent study team did not find any evidence that UAP have an extraterrestrial origin, but we don't know what these UAP are.
So this is the stance, by the way. Let's scroll back here, guys. This is the stance the government's taking right now, and from a scientific standpoint, you have to understand why they're saying this.
UAP have an extraterrestrial, that there is a lot more to learn. The NASA independent study team did not find any evidence that UAP have an extraterrestrial origin.
What this means, guys, is they can't conclude that it has an extraterrestrial origin. That doesn't mean they aren't from space. That means that they can't conclude they're from space. The language is intentionally left open because there's a possibility that they don't know. They just don't know what it is. The UAPs, they don't know what they are. So they can't say that they're extraterrestrial, but they haven't found, proof that they're extraterrestrial. They can't say they aren't, but they can't say that they are either.
But we don't know what these UAP are. That's why I'm announcing
what
that
are you even
NASA
talking about,
has
Ian?
appointed a NASA director of UAP research. They are being tasked with developing and overseeing the implementation of NASA's vision.
Ian's a little bit of a contrarian, though, as we've seen in past streams.
We will use NASA's expertise to work with
I can't turn the volume up any louder, guys.
Analyze UAP. We will use AI and machine learning to search the skies for anomalies as we have been searching the heavens and will continue to search the heavens for habitability.
But intentionally left open vague language
And NASA will
because
do
they
this
can't prove it.
transparently.
And they can't disprove it either.
So while today is a significant step for NASA, it's certainly not our final step. And we're going to share more with you, and I want to introduce you to Dr. Nikki Fox, who is the head of our Science Mission Directorate. Nikki.
They're all really fucking old, except for the guy on the right there.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Administrator Nelson. It's always tough to
No, it's
follow
not.
Will. He's such a great speaker.
No, it's not.
But I want to
It's
thank
like-
the independent
Life can literally be anything as long as it's alive. So it doesn't need to be sentient to be life either.
for their amazing service on the.
Have you read about tardigrades? So tardigrades are actually really, really cool. Tardigrades are basically little, I don't know if they're considered animals. They aren't bacterials. They aren't bacteria. But they're basically little animals. Little like microscopic animals. And they're theorized that they actually came from space because they can survive in vacuum, like without oxygen. Actually really, really fucking cool.
While there are numerous eyewitness accounts and visuals associated with UAP, they're not consistent, they're not detailed, and
At least she's
they're
talking
not
a lot faster.
curated observations that can be used to make definitive scientific conclusions about the nature and the origin of UAP. The language of scientists is data, and data points towards a scientific conclusion to what the nature and the origin of UAP could be.
Yeah.
That leads us
Like
to why
life
we're here
itself,
today.
if you're just talking about anything that's alive, bacteria is alive, right? Maybe I don't even know if bacteria is considered alive. I think bacteria is, but viruses aren't.
science.nasa.gov/UAP. While NASA is still working to evaluate,
This is literally like listening to a sermon at church, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Study team's finding and recommendations, NASA is committed to immediately contributing to the federal government's unified UAP effort, and as you heard, we have appointed a director of UAP research. In their role, they will centralize communications, resources, and data.
Apparently, they didn't actually name who the director is, which is kind of curious. If you guys are, you noticed that. So they appointed a director to the UAP panel, but they didn't actually name them.
Our director of UAP research will also leverage NASA's expertise in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and space-based observation tools that will support and enhance the broader government initiative into UAP. They will serve.
I feel like
NASA's point of
so me
contact for
saying
government entities,
that
but
there's
especially
sentient
for the
life somewhere in the
overly
galaxy has
anomaly
nothing to do with me
resolution
knowing.
office or
It has
errors.
something to do with
And this will
stats.
ensure our
Just the sheer
coordinated
number
efforts
that you're
of
talking about
effective
makes it next to
communication
impossible for there not to be
channels.
life. And then you could go even further. You could go even further and say at some point in time there was sentient life besides us in the galaxy. And you are looking at not only all the points right now in reality, you're looking at every single point in the universe over all time. And yeah, so I guess you can take your hubris all the fucking far you want. So you like that is the ultimatum. Is just the end of the day is, even if you're like, oh my god, there's only quadrillions of planets in the universe, there's no way that anyone else can support life except for our planet. And then you take that and you say, instead of right now supporting life on the planet, just over time, so in the past or in the future, has supported life on the planet.
Of UAP research, NASA will also advance citizen reporting by working with the public and commercial pilots to collect a broader set of data to add to the vast data repositories, to not only contribute to a broader, more reliable data set for future.
You know what fisking is, by the way?
But to
Ian?
also contribute
You should look up
to the
fisking.
destigmatization of the
This is a big deal. They talked about this whole reason they're called UAPs now instead of UFOs is because they're trying to separate the crazies from actual scientific study of UAPs, which is why they call them UAPs. Fisking. Team downwind. No, it's not fisking. Sea lining. Pretty sure not fisking. Sea lining.
Good morning. I'd like to begin
Pretty good
by
term.
expressing my sincere thanks to NASA Administrator Bill Nelson for directing this study. We at NASA
Sea lining is a critical term for form of trolling that involves relentlessly pestering someone with questions and requests for evidence or sources, typically with the goal of upsetting them and making their position or viewpoint seem weak or unreasonable.
believe that understanding UAP is vital for several reasons. First and foremost, it provides an opportunity for us to expand our understanding of the world around us. At NASA, we are committed to charting the uncharted. So this
Aliens?
aligns with
No, they said that they have found no evidence of extraterrestrial life, but that doesn't mean that they aren't the UAPs that they've seen doesn't mean that they aren't extraterrestrial. It's just that they can't prove they're extraterrestrial. It's a double side. You can't. It's neither.
Pose any potential risks to airspace safety. Let's not forget that the first A in NASA is aeronautics. So by understanding the nature of UAP, we can ensure that our skies remain a safe space for all.
You know what the A in NASA stands for,
Administrator
guys?
Nelson directed us to put together an independent and external team.
If fairies are real, you can believe whatever you
world-leading
want.
Experts to produce a report containing a roadmap with a series of recommendations that describe how NASA could best help in the cross-government response to UAP. Months of meticulous fact-finding, cross-disciplinary collaboration, and science.
They found something would they report it? That's a good question. There's theories online that Arrow's like dragging its heels, which is definitely true. They were supposed to bring a website online for reporting beginning of this year, so beginning of 2023, and they didn't. And they, the Congress inserted Kathleen McKenney, I think her name is, above Kirkpatrick, which is the guy running it right now, and basically got pushed everything got pushed through, and that was in like a month. That was in June. And there's a website now, but there isn't a place to report for the public yet.
We have ensured that our work is evidence-based and data-driven.
There isn't a place to report yet, but now this is at least live.
We have aimed to foster trust and collaboration with the public. I'd like to conclude by extending my deepest gratitude to the team for their incredible dedication and service. Their efforts have been instrumental, and I truly appreciate the expertise and commitment that each of them have brought to this endeavor. And with that, I'll pass over to Dr. David Spergel, who chaired our study.
Spergel! Ah, I know Spergel. I have no idea what that is.
Well, first and foremost, I'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to the NASA Administrator for entrusting us with this pivotal study. Your faith in our capabilities has been a driving force behind the panel's approach.
President Simmons Foundation and chair of the UAP Independent Study Team. I believe this is not the director they're talking about, though.
The panel's comprehensive study into unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP, has led to several crucial findings, and I'd like to elucidate on our methodology and those findings this morning. We began by rigorously assessing the current state of UAP data. Our goal was not to repeat the work of the Arrow, but to understand the nature of the reports. Our goal was
Arrow is Autonomous Authorization Resolution Office, the website we just looked at.
We looked at NASA's assets. While they provide a comprehensive picture of the ocean, the Earth's surface and atmosphere for studying our evolving planet, they typically do not have the resolution needed for UAP events. However, by providing data on environmental conditions, they can complement other data.
Yeah, I mean, Slane likes bringing up, what's his name, every time he's in chat when we're talking about UAPs. Just like with the pyramids, it doesn't matter whether or not they're built by aliens because we can't confirm it anymore. We can't prove it anymore. So, basically right now it's all about pulling information together and stuff we can actually look at. Tangible things we can look at.
NASA always takes a scientific approach.
Is where UAP reports come in as a way for military as well as public to submit basically information on them. If they've ever seen one, if they see one.
Events lack this quality of data. One of NASA's
Database that should have been done
broad
decades ago.
governmental effort
Maybe it
bring
was,
these
we just never heard about it.
methodologies
Who knows?
to create a data set is to bring these methodologies to create a data set that's both reliable and extensive. And once we have a large sample of well-characterized events, AI and ML tools, which are proving to be powerful in so many other applications, will likely prove helpful in identifying interesting anomalies. It is essential to clarify, based on our current findings and methodology, that we find no evidence to suggest that UAP are extraterrestrial in origin. Our focus in understanding the phenomenon,
Once again, no evidence that they are extraterrestrial, no evidence that they aren't as well.
has shown that most events are explainable as planes, balloons, drones, weather phenomenon, and instrument features. And in any search for interesting anomalies, the
But
first
some aren't.
step is to eliminate the chaff.
I believe Arrow said, Kirkpatrick said they have like 300 that they haven't been able to resolve yet.
In this, the public's
I.e.
role
prove
cannot
that
be
they aren't
overstated. The panel
UAPs.
envisions
This
a
what comes down. They
framework
can actually
that leverages
resolving means they have an
crowdsourcing,
idea of what it is.
possibly via smartphone applications, to capture a broader spectrum of data, ensuring more eyes.
That should have been done decades ago.
Lastly, we delved into the safety concerns UAP present within U.S. airspace. By integrating UAP collection within our current aviation reporting system, the panel believes we can provide insights into
They don't have evidence that it is extraterrestrial. They don't have evidence that it is extraterrestrial or isn't extraterrestrial. They don't have any evidence, is what they're saying. They can't prove either direction. It's open-ended. It's intentionally open-ended.
potential safety risks. NASA
What
considers
proof?
the stigma associated with pilots reporting anomalies.
Why do you keep asking for proof?
And
What the fuck's wrong with you? This is literally not even, like, what are you even talking about right now?
We advance our understanding.
Your personal opinion on whether or not aliens exist or not has nothing to do with the conversation on UAPs, dude. You can believe whichever direction you want to.
NASA can be a key player.
The whole reason we're watching this right now is because we're curious about the methodology that they're using and how they're going to approach the topic of UAPs. You also make straw men is also another thing I've noticed. You can look up the term of a straw man.
Thank you so much to all of our speakers. We will start.
I think aliens exist, whether or not you don't think they exist, and I gave the reasoning of why I thought they exist. Whether or not you do or don't think they exist has nothing to do with whether or not I think they exist, because it doesn't matter.
From those on the phone line, for those of you who are in the phone line, please press *1 to get onto the queue. We will try to answer as many as we can today. We'll see how it goes.
But you could ask them questions?
Thank you very much. This is directed to Mr. Nelson. Thank you for being here. Two quick questions. One is,
The line.
how can we make the determination of what something isn't when we don't know what it is? And B, after a careful review of the data, if it's determined that some, underline the word some 10 times, UFOs or UAP originate from a non-human intelligence, what's the plan to disclose that to the public?
And can you identify yourself, please?
James Fox. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Apparently you could attend this.
Independent media.
Oh, proofs. I mean, sure, proof is important. I never said it wasn't important. They're literally talking about how you, like, finding proof of them. Yeah, exactly. This whole thing is about pulling together the information. Like, this is something that exists outside of your personal bubble that they've been working on. The whole reason, like I said, we're watching this because they're working on methodology of finding evidence, is putting together the evidence. There was no government prior to Arrow. There's, like, no public government where they could deposit like personal experiences from people in the Air Force, wherever in the military branches. There's no place they could go and talk to people and say, report something that might be, they have no idea what it is. It's a UAP. No idea what it is, and then people can look at it and study it and figure out whether or not it's true, whether or not it is alien or just China or Russia. Who knows? The whole reason they're looking at this is because even if you don't take UFOs seriously, their little green men are crazy, right? There's no way they exist, right? There's no way aliens exist. Even if you don't look at it that way, the direction they're looking at this from is from a national security standpoint. They have to look at this. If you see something that clearly outperforms any sort of technology the United States has from a national security standpoint, you have to take it seriously. We have F-22s, F-35s, and you find something that literally fucking goes like this all over in the sky, and you're like, that doesn't make sense. That's a national security threat, because if China owns it, or Russia owns it, or, you know, a secret Cobra organization owns it, who fucking knows? It's a security threat because there's no way we can actually shoot them down. So, like, you understand, like, they're taking it seriously because they have to take it seriously from a professional standpoint, regardless of whether or not it's extraterrestrial or not, is beside the point, because the technology that's being witnessed and we have no explanation for clearly exceeds any sort of capabilities our military has. Then it's a problem. It's a little bit of a problem. That's the national security angle that they're looking at this from.
It's on.
Let me repeat what I said.
They exist on Tuesdays, maybe.
It's important that you hear this.
Mic on? Hello?
The NASA independent study team did not find any.
There's like someone there's a tech guy, guys. There's literally a tech guy that there's a tech guy that is in charge of the microphones.
UAP have an extraterrestrial origin.
Being lied to? I'm sure you're being lied to. What does me being lied to have anything to do with what I think?
The mission of NASA.
Lie for all different sorts of reasons.
The unknown. I've said several times in my comments here today that we NASA deal openly and we will be transparent on this. And we're trying to address the question of there's so much concern that there's something locked up, classified, and that the American government is not being open.
I mean, even Congress thinks that. That's one of the reasons they inserted Kathleen above Kirkpatrick, because he was dragging his feet, as we mentioned earlier. That happened in July, I believe.
We don't know what these UAP are. But
So even Congress, which is part of our government, thinks that maybe they aren't getting the whole truth, which they're cleared to get.
If it is determined that some of them represent or originate from a non-human intelligence, to tell the public? Is there a plan, or?
if we are what I said we intend to be, which is transparent, you bet your boots. We will say that. And I've tried to set the table for you by telling you what I personally believe in a universe that is so vast that could there.
By the way, he has the same viewpoint I do, which is basically you have an infinitesimal number of planets. There's no way there isn't sentient life somewhere. Whether or not they're here or not, that's a completely different topic.
The distances, it would have to be a very advanced civilization. The distances, light years, hundreds of light years, billions of light years. But whatever we find, we're going to tell you.
Thank
Great
you very
move.
much.
Great, and we'll move on to the next question. Please do identify yourself.
Thanks. This is Joey Roulette from Reuters. Question for Bill Nelson
Reuters.
and any of the panelists. So you've appointed a director of UAP research. Have you named someone to that role? And what kind of investment are you considering making in this? Is this going to be a new program?
Oh, he noticed too.
Have you thought of funding figures, et cetera? Thanks.
Yes, we've already appointed the person. They've been working there for a while now.
They've been working for a while.
To help be a point of contact. And any budget discussions, of course, are part of a very intricate federal budget request, and so they're not something that we discuss openly. But we will certainly look at what research.
They don't discuss budget openly.
Can you name the official who's in
We
that
will
role?
not give his name out now.
Thank you. We'll take another one from the room.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, he said that the president there said, yeah, we're going to be open with you guys, and they won't even name who the director is. I'm going to wash my coffee cup out, guys, real quick and grab a soda. 1 second. We're getting spicy here tonight, guys. I have a Mountain Dew apple. Oh my god.
Hello, Dan Rivers from British broadcaster ITV News. I heard the word stigma
Yeah.
mentioned several times, that you want to remove the stigma. Is your message to pilots and other people that this is no longer the preserve of cranks, and that you won't be laughed at,
Pranks.
and that you will take them seriously? Is that
Take them seriously, Lane.
Exactly the message. I mean, at NASA, we're scientists. We love data. We love all data. And if there is something that needs to be reported, and we want,
How do you travel thousands of light years? Ask aliens.
we spoke in the open.
We're barely getting to fusion.
Just a few months ago, Dan, remind me when it was. May 31st. And we actually talked then about we wanted to remove the stigma, and we also did not tolerate any of.
I kinda doubt it. NASA doesn't really have a budget, so maybe it's a government agency posing as NASA. NASA is like on a shoestring budget. They don't really have a budget for anything anymore.
We want pilots, and both, as Bill said, both private pilots, commercial pilots, military pilots, to feel that if they see something, they need to report it.
I want to say, and I want to repeat the way I said it, we want to
Magic then?
conversation,
Advanced technology to
sensationalism, to science.
early civilizations does look like magic, right? That's the
If you see something,
that's the shtick.
I think in this context we would summarize it as, if you see something, collect high quality data on it, because then we can learn.
If I may, I just noticed in the report the Go Fast incident was one that was picked out, and that had been.
No. So that's prolific. We've talked about them before. That's one of the prolific. That was released from the government. It's one of the prolific UFO sightings. U.S. UFO sightings. The reason we talk specifically about this is because this is stuff that you can't just go nuh-uh. It's just some stupid shit on UFO. Some stupid shit on YouTube. Pentagon UFO billings. Go fast is this guy. I believe it was an F-16 tracking it with a FLIR. So he actually locked onto it. Through a FLIR, which is an infrared camera. That's Go Fast he's talking about. If you guys haven't seen that. By the way, this is all stuff released from the government itself. This isn't Bigfoot footage on YouTube.
If I may, I just noticed in the report the Go Fast incident was one that was picked out, and that had been held up as an example of a very credible sighting that you seem to be pouring doubt on. Can you just talk to that?
I mean, we looked at that as one example, and I think this is something that Arrow has actually done a very good job
Hey, Arrow.
of going through the events. And most events are going to turn out, even if there are some events that in the end turn out to be something novel, most events are going to turn out to be conventional things, balloons, airplanes, and so on. I think of the process
As far as I know, Arrow didn't actually resolve that one, though.
as looking for a needle in a haystack. And if you want to find a needle in a haystack, you've got two choices. Either you know exactly what the needle looks like, and you design a very good filter to look for the needle. It's called match filtering in sort of AI work, machine learning, signal processing. Or you don't know what you're looking for. And with anomalies, that's really the case we're in. We're looking for things we don't understand. So if you want to find something strange in a haystack, you better know exactly what hay looks like. And you better be able to characterize that really well. And that's
Not really addressing
this, and this
the
is
specific incident, if you guys are noticing that either.
to this as we look for anomalies is you need to know what typical regular things look like under all conditions.
But as was mentioned, one of the things they mentioned at the beginning of this was they weren't going to actually really talk about
So that you can
They weren't actually really going to talk about sightings they've seen and new data. Rather, they're just talking about how they look at the data itself. So while it seems like maybe they're dodging questions, they're actually kind of sticking to the subject matter they're talking about today.
At a uniform way. I mean, this is what we do when we study anomalies in space science or other areas of science. And what we're trying to do is bring this approach to this field by saying collect high quality data, understand the normal events, and that's how we move things forward.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next question, please.
Hello, I'm Nomia Iqbal from BBC News. Just to follow
BBC,
stigma,
the big British cock, guys.
UAP, that term has been used in part to destigmatize UFOs. The fact is, most people use UFOs. Most of the American public, most of the world use that term. So I wonder how much is the stigma still a problem for you, and what are you practically doing to about it, really?
I mean, rebranding does work. It's why they do it in commercial industry.
Very essential tool for identifying rare occurrences.
Branding products basically disassociates them with people's preconceived notions.
100 senators meeting all the big tech tycoons, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg. And speaking to some senators after that, you said AI is a very essential tool for identifying rare occurrences. Yesterday, we were at this big AI summit where you had 100 senators meeting all the big tech tycoons, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg. And speaking to some senators afterwards, they said, we are concerned about AI, we need it to be regulated. Does that concern you? Are you worried that it might hamper your work? Thank you very much.
Well, two big questions. First of all,
That guy, please.
that AI needs to have some boundaries. The answer to
I
that
don't.
are
People are worrying about AI taking over before it,
can you do that?
even gets out of the cradle, guys.
The appropriate
People are more worried about their jobs,
I said in my
which is all over Twitter. When people are shit talking AI, it's usually someone that's employed in some low-level job that basically could be replaced by it.
search for what is an answer.
The thing that happened in Mexico, is it credible? Don't know whether or not it's credible. You're talking about the Mexican aliens that's all over the news yesterday. The guy that introduced, one of the guys that introduced the Mexican alien mummies, the Nazcan mummies, has been debunked in the past with one of the Nazca mummies, and that's being held against him. And the new data from a bunch of different experts and testimony that they had is basically stating that they are real. So what's going to happen over the coming weeks is basically the scientific community, third parties unassociated with them, are going to hopefully get their hands on them, and we'll be able to figure out whether or not it's true or not. And something outside. Apparently they already had third parties. They did topography scans and MRIs, CT scans, X-rays, the carbon dating, and basically other people, third parties, scientific community as a general, needs to get their hands on it to figure out what they are, whether or not they're a hoax or not. So that's still up in the air. It's looking more like a hoax than it's actually real, but it might still be real. Like I said, it just takes verification and validation at this point. So
So no, I don't think that any attempts to
they had some pretty credible people up there. It wasn't just the guy that made a hoax in 2017, I think it was. They had a bunch of people up there with really high-level credentials, and people just looked at the one guy that created a hoax, and they're like, yeah, it has to be a hoax because he said it was a hoax.
anyway going to inhibit us from utilizing the tools of AI to help us.
Yeah, I mean, they looked first thought I had was they're made of paper mache. I literally mentioned that on stream when we were talking about it. They looked like paper mache, but sometimes things just don't look quite real when you're trying to process something you haven't seen before. So what's really going to matter once again is whether or not other people get their hands on it, and the experts get their hands on it, and they can actually tear them apart. Not internet armchair experts. That's not really the thing.
What was your other question?
Yeah, so probably a hoax, but might not be a hoax.
Because I know you call it UAPs, but
Aren't they going berserk? Everyone's self-absorbed in their life. This the UAP report, the Congress had we covered it a bit. Like I said, I covered the government stuff. I don't cover YouTube bullshit. Congress has ARROW reports to Congress quarterly, so every 3 months they report to Congress. We've covered every single one of them. We covered the one at the end of July, which had 3 whistleblowers, of which were from the military. One with extremely high level of clearance, saying that not only did the government have access to alien vehicles, they were reverse engineering them, and at the same time they had access to organic matter. I'm trying to put together the way he worded it: organic matter of non-Earth origin. It was on Twitter. There were people that talked about it on Twitter, but it still pales in comparison to the people that just meme and just like follow Kardashians. People are very, very, very self-absorbed, and generally getting the zeitgeist of the world to sway in one direction or another, which is kind of weird. Getting it to sway in one direction or another seems to be much more difficult than it used to be, because people just, they don't care. They don't care about a lot of things anymore.
Yeah. Well, now what was your other question?
I saw the same thing. I was like, holy shit, this is kind of a big deal. And there's like no one on Twitch. There's almost no casters talking about it. I still don't think there's really any casters that are talking about it. We cover it because this is interesting to me. I'm not going to go through YouTube and look at all the quirky footage of whatever Bigfoot, walking around or whatever. But this was a panel yesterday, and we covered the Mexican one because that was whether or not you believe, the credibility of the Mexican government. That was a Congress event that they had on Wednesday, and so we covered it then too.
Just how do you
People are weird. I've thought the same thing. It makes you kind of a curious thing. So I post some pretty hot shit on Twitter, and not necessarily, depending on your opinion. I'm not politically correct at all. My posts, so normally ever since Musk took over, you can see your engagement, right? My posts to anything regarding aliens has been like 10x worse than everything else. Like, instead of getting 300 engagements, I will get 10. And that's normalizing for the amount of people responding and the engagement for the post itself. It's actually kind of fucking weird. Yeah. Oh, no. It's gonna make me log in. Yeah. Can't look at it now. But my engagements for anything regarding the UAPs from Wednesday was almost 0. Very weird.
Yeah. Well,
Are you mad? Are you projecting? What are you even talking about, Ian? It's like watching you devolve into madness if I don't give you attention.
Finding the crystal skull.
Also, I'm talking over the top of this.
people don't. The question. Just how do you destigmatize the whole thing? Because I know you call it UAPs, but people don't.
That's why we entered the stage, the arena, to try to get into this from a science point.
I think you can blame the X-Files for a lot of this as well.
Yeah, part of it, I mean, people in general kind of stigmatize aliens for a long time, little green men.
We NASA are trying to shift it from sensationalism to science.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Well, it depends on what I have to talk about. That's basically my stream in a nutshell, Major. Sometimes I have stuff that's really prolific to talk about, and other times you're just going to sit here and watch me. Watch me watch something. Yeah.
The phone, can you hear me?
Oh.
First question is from Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press. Your line is open.
AP.
Yes, hi, Marcia Dunn, AP.
Dude, come on, NASA. Dude, production value here is like a fucking talk show, a radio talk show. What is going on here?
I'm already receiving emails on Area 51 in Roswell, so I would like to ask Mr. Spergel, how
Hey,
much
Spergel.
are you and your fellow panel members hassled or bombarded by this sort of thing during the course
Sure,
of
a
your
lot.
study?
So, personal opinion, guys, Area 51 probably has absolutely nothing at it anymore. Whether or not it did at one point, it doesn't matter anymore. Government, if they thought it was a security risk, probably already moved it. It's probably in Idaho somewhere. Who knows? But any sort of stuff they had is definitely not Area 51.
And
That's
for
just an
NASA,
old one.
Are you not naming the director of UAP research for this very reason, so that they're not hassled and bombarded by the fringe element? Thanks.
That's not applause.
No, I would divide the kind of emails and tweets into two types. right? There's some where people honestly are curious about things they've seen, they've heard. You know, there are things that are hard to respond to, like, my uncle who's dead saw something strange. You know, that's,
Yeah. Aliens built the pyramids.
that's not useful, but that's harmless.
Yeah.
On the other hand, one of the things that happened during the study, and this may be part of a bigger discussion of cultural behavior on social media, where people behaved badly, and I would say harassed some of our panel members, and that I think was very inappropriate behavior one doesn't want to see.
Not answering her question.
Sadly, I think it's part of a deeper problem when people somehow feel on the web, on social media, they can be nasty and hostile, and sadly, some of our panel members experience that.
He also still did not answer her question.
To say that not only were some of the things that our panel members received during the course of this study
Change my
troll
category here on YouTube.
to actual threats, and as a result, we at NASA take the sanctity of the
News and
scientific
politics on
process and the security
Ick.
and safety of our team extremely seriously. And yes, that's in part why we are not splashing the name of our new director out there, because science needs to be free.
He was kind of answering, so he did directly answer it.
Undergo a real and rigorous and rational process, and you need the freedom of thought to be able to do that. Some of the threats and the harassment have been beyond the pale, quite frankly, towards some of our panelists. And yes, it's important that science be free as part of that process.
Thank you so much. We will go to another question on the phone, please. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
I don't think so. I think if aliens were found out to be real, it all depends on the impact on your life. I think right now, if we found out that aliens were real, people wouldn't really change it all. It all depends on the integration with aliens. Like I've mentioned before, this is kind of like, people think this is like a big turning point, and it could actually be where aliens are trying to slowly introduce us to the idea that they exist. But I actually think that what really needs, there's going to be an integration phase with alien society in which basically we're going to be slowly introduced to whoever they are, and basically learning about them. And I don't think it's actually, just right now, even if you said, oh, aliens exist, right? What does that mean to you? You're going to go work at your 9-to-5 McDonald's job tomorrow line, which you obviously hate. That's why you're here and you're constantly argumentative. And you're just gonna, you're gonna maintain status quo because you have to pay your rent at the end of the month. It doesn't really, you can, wow, there's aliens, but you're gonna still go day to day life. It really doesn't matter. Maybe we'll have our interweb will open up to their interweb and we'll be able to see a lot more information. And it'll be like, wow, cool sort of moment. We'll have a big learning phase. But for you personally, probably won't change at all. You're not going to go, oh my God, there's aliens. I'm going to go smash a car. Okay, all right, go have fun. Yeah, this is why we have the police, by the way, and that's another topic. But yeah, why? Why would it turn everything up? It wouldn't. Everyone would just engage in their day-to-day life because they don't know anything else, and there's nothing else that we can possibly do. There's no autonomy here where even if we know there's aliens, we can just go and shake their hand or something. Maybe we can shake their hand at a church. I don't know. Maybe we'll start worshiping it. Regardless, it doesn't really matter because they haven't done anything for us that we know about. Maybe it will possibly change things because I do think they possibly interjected in part of our developmental cycle. That's a little bit different topic matter, but the whole God bit, I think maybe it's not necessarily God as much as aliens intersecting with us. So maybe they didn't build the pyramids, but they might have not told Egyptians how to build the pyramids, but maybe they look like an Egyptian, and an Egyptian had a really good idea that they told another Egyptian, and they learned from it. And unbeknownst to us, we were actually being taught basically how to use sticks properly, right? So.
Our next question comes from.
But otherwise, I don't think it matters.
Sky News London, your line is open.
I mean, global politics won't change either. What is? Oh no, there's aliens.
I want to understand how much, you won't give us an idea of money. But
what proof do you have of that, Ian? What proof do you have of that? What proof?
Will be devoted to this by the administration. Because it strikes me that although the argument for aviation safety is clear, there are other departments and agencies responsible for that particular thing. And as the report concludes, the likelihood of there being that many. Oh, hi there. Thank you very much for taking my question. I want to understand whether and how much.
By the way, when they're in waiting in queue here, they'd even do this on Twitch. Like, Twitch production value, guys, even Twitch casters have better production value. The guy that's managing the phone line queue right now should be asking their name and who they're with so they can put it on the card right here in the screen.
You won't give us an idea of money, but how many assets or new research programs will be devoted to this by the administration? Because it strikes me that although the argument for aviation safety is clear, there are other departments and agencies responsible for that particular thing. And as the report concludes, the likelihood of there being extraterrestrial explanations or truly scientific explanations for many of these phenomena is very, very small. Shouldn't NASA devote its research budgets and its efforts to those much more likely and tangible signs of extraterrestrial life through things like the James Webb Space Telescope or extrasolar planets detection?
So he's asking why NASA doesn't use its resources to actually look for alien life, because alien life would actually be a really big deal, right?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So yes,
Small alien-made, small Australian-made rover to the moon. Oh my God! The prisoners are sending a rover to the moon. Well, good actually. India just landed one up there.
if you look at the report,
All
you'll
good.
see a very large sort of background material. UAP, all of our data are open. In fact, if you look at the report, you'll see a very large sort of background material or supplemental material in there, because we literally released everything because that's what we do at NASA. We do have our key.
It sounds like she's trying to reassure them that they aren't. Have you ever seen a kid, guys, when they're lying to you and they do some really weird shit when they're lying to you? What's his look? He's like, yeah, you aren't good at lying. The fuck is going on here? That's kind of weird. That was a really weird response. We obviously release everything to you guys.
Agency goals, we have obviously our goals in the Science Mission Directorate, our themes that we follow, and one of those, as the administrator described, is the search for life elsewhere. And we do that, and he described the research beautifully. I think he may be...
I mean, right now with science, religion's compromised. You can hold religious beliefs and scientific beliefs at the same time.
A hospitable star that isn't too violent, that is in just that right place, that has...
Tactical dissonance? Is that it? Ideological dissonance? Cognitive dissonance. Basically holding two thoughts that conflict with each other at the same time. People are generally not... No, cognitive dissonance isn't right. Oh, maybe it is. But people can hold two thoughts at the same time, and then they come up with all sorts of ways to rationalize it. That's religion in a nutshell, though.
Signatures of carbon, so the building blocks of life. And we continue to strive to do that.
Sure you
We
can.
do that with the James Webb Telescope. We'll be doing
You can hold conflicting thoughts in your mind.
Roman telescope that even has a coronagraph around it to block out the light of the neighboring stars and really let us look at those possible planets. And then beyond that, the next big telescope recommended by the Astrophysics Decadal is the Habitable Worlds Observatory, actually a mission designed to look...
Talking about putting a telescope on a moon, I believe? That's what she's talking about?
In another stellar system. And so they really are in the forefront of our goals at NASA. So thanks so much for the question.
I'm going to ask...
Just jump in to clarify something. Will you be devoting any new resource or research projects to this particular aim then, given that's where the interesting questions really are? Should NASA spend time and budget pursuing the much less likely task of finding signs of extraterrestrial life in small objects within or close to the Earth's atmosphere?
So, I mean, most of obviously our instruments are designed.
So he's talking about whether or not NASA should even oversee the idea of finding, because they don't have instrumentation on Earth. He's talking about stuff that's near us as opposed to stuff that's far away now.
To look for the phenomena that we study at NASA. If any of our data are useful, if any of our data are applicable, then we absolutely will be devoting that and turning that over through our liaison to the whole of government approach. We are not at this time intending to design a mission to do this. That is not part of our kind of overarching NASA direction. We are looking at providing some research support. So if somebody wants to write a research proposal,
If we were looking for a branch of the government, guys, to actually explore the idea of UAPs and be funded to do so, it'd probably be NASA, to be perfectly honest. FAA is basically just safety, right? So, and it can't be military because there's ulterior motive there.
Send it in through the regular channels. We will be looking for ways to do that. And we also talked about...
What do you mean, prisoners? We invented Wi-Fi.
And the broader repository of data. Dan, do you want to add to that?
NASA's data are free and publicly accessible for the entire world to download. And we pride ourselves on that fact. And it's this openness of data and our approach, which is why we're all here today. To answer your specific question about devoting research budgets to the potentially truly interesting ones, well, I think as David said, you have to understand the chaff in order to really understand and pinpoint the potentially interesting ones, okay? So we are in such a data poor regime at the moment that we need to turn it into a data rich one to do that. And we employ NASA's assets, many other partners' assets as well in that quest.
And if your question suggests, and I do not know that it does, but if it suggests that NASA ought to keep its nose out of this, well, let me tell you, NASA is not a place that's going to hide its head in the sand. Now, is there interest in this phenomenon in other agencies? In my previous life in the Senate, I was privy to talk to the Navy pilots and to see the video of what they encountered off the coast of California in 2004. That was in a classified setting then.
That was, he said 1990. 2004 was this guy. A different one than Go Fast, by the way. I understand why video on Wikipedia is so terrible. Putting aside these videos are kind of bad to begin with because they're FLIR images from 2004. Actually earlier than that, 99? 90s? It's also called Tic Tac. What he's talking about, though. I believe that's the Tic Tac one.
But this is now, and you have now seen that video. And you
well, after the fact, nothing to do with NASA, though.
From those former Navy pilots. Is that of a concern to the Department of Defense? Of course it is. Therefore, we're going to continue our search from a scientific point of view. It's going to be, if those other agencies continued their search, we're going to be glad to join in with them. But but our stuff is going to be...
Agencies oftentimes don't talk to each other, guys. Government branches oftentimes don't talk to each other. It's one of the problems with the government is just communication between branches is very, very minimal.
Stick to sort of one per person and see how many we can get through. So one more from the phone, please.
Our next question comes from Jeff Faust with Space News. Your line is open.
Hi. I know the press release states that NASA is still evaluating the independent study team's report and its recommendations. Does NASA plan to publish a formal response to the report and its recommendations? And if so, what timeline can we expect to see that?
The data they're actually covering.
A quick preview about how this works. So we have only very, very recently received the report, and what you have seen today in our press release represents our initial actions in recognition of the urgency of this matter. And yes, we will be following up as appropriate with additional actions, but of course we need additional time to fully ingest the recommendations and act on them in light of budget and many other priorities. But we'll be announcing more in the future.
Great, thank you. Please, back to the room. Identify yourself too, please.
No, they haven't gotten a chance to review the material completely.
We've been talking a lot about shift from sensation.
Big British cock, guys.
Today. Has NASA been in touch with the Mexican authorities about the rather sensational revelations earlier this week?
I actually tweeted this at NASA Thursday as well. I was like, hey, what does your panel think of the Nazca mummies going on here? This is a good one. This is a pretty good one. Good for this guy. He asked the elephant in the room. This is actually just like completely unrelated. Mexico just went, whoops, here's two mummies. We think they're aliens, and everyone's like, oh, okay.
Touch with the Mexican authorities about the rather sensational revelations earlier this week of two allegedly non-human corpses, and what, if any, importance do you attach to these discoveries?
I think David had a prep for that one.
This is something that I know I've only seen on Twitter, so it's when we have unusual things, you want to make data public. I think of this as like NASA has one of the most valuable samples from outer space, lunar rocks. What do? We make them available to any scientists who want to work on this. We don't know the nature of those samples that were shown in front of them. If I was the Mexican government, I would are making recommendations to the Mexican government. That's not our charge here. We're doing this for NASA. My recommendation was if you have something strange, make samples available to the world scientific community.
The same thing.
And we'll see what's there.
So he didn't say whether or not they're real or not. He said that we need to study them, and we can't study them unless you give us samples. It's kind of weird how some of this wording comes out. But yeah, like we don't have access to the samples. We can't make an opinion on it, is basically what he's saying. We can't make an opinion on it until we actually get our hands on it. So regardless of what you guys have seen on the internet about the Mexican mummies that they showed off, the alien mummies they showed off on Wednesday, and everyone's saying they're fake. And I said they're probably fake, but you have to keep an open mind on them because like there's not witnesses, but there's professionals that have actually looked at them and they said they're relatively legit. So you have to kind of keep an open mind here because it hasn't been debunked. What was debunked was the 2017 Nazca mummies. And different, apparently. Whether or not that's true or not, where the experts come in, right? And even he didn't say, no, they're fake. So this is one of the panel members here. He didn't say, no, they're fake. He said, we have to see them. He's smiling. She's smiling, by the way. And he looks like he's about to say something. So the answer here was, we can't tell until we review them, and we should be allowed to review them, which I'd agree with completely. But he didn't say they're fake. He also didn't say they're real, right? Once again, this goes into, you have to study whatever you see in order to make an opinion on it. In order to formulate an opinion and, get to scientific fact, you have to actually review, the samples, and they weren't allowed to do so, so they aren't going to say, oh, they're fake.
I'll just add that one of the main goals of what we're trying to do here today is to move conjecture and conspiracy towards science and sanity, and you do that with data, as David says.
Right there. That's exactly what I just said.
This roadmap.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Brandy Vincent from Defense Scoop. Thank you all for doing this. I actually have 2 lines of questions, if it's okay. First for
With
Hi, Brandy Vincent from Defense Scoop. Thank you all for doing
Defense Scoop.
this. I actually have 2 lines of questions, if it's okay. First for Ms. Fox. What's the timeline and immediate actions that NASA is pursuing specifically with
Like fucking
Arrow,
5'2",
now that the
5'1"?
report has been completed, and what mechanisms are NASA and DoD really using to share information and collaborate securely? And do you see more coming? And then separately, for Mr. Spergel, I noticed in the final report a lot of the images and media that were added were from DoD, snapshots that we'd previously seen from DoD data. Not much from FAA, if anything, not from
Use
other
the cleaner
agencies.
glasses.
Can you speak to why that is, and what all you used beyond DoD? Not much from FAA, if anything, not from other
Yeah.
agencies. Can you
They talked about this in Congress, by the way, is how the government agencies don't talk to each other. And then Arrow said that they aren't even talking to them. They don't really have a system set up. The idea is to get everyone to talk to each other, and they haven't.
speak to why that is, and what all you used beyond DoD to inform your report?
Dr. Fox, Dr. Spergel, I'll pass it to you guys.
Sure. So, yes, our immediate actions, I think there was such a lot in those questions. So the immediate actions, we've established our director of UAP research. They're working
They're pretty good ones, guys.
across the whole of government. They're working very closely with Arrow. They are the sort of central point for all of the collaboration.
Supposed to
Not
be.
sure what else you asked, I'm sorry.
What mechanisms are you using to share data and information with the Defense Department?
All mechanisms
The fax machine.
as Dan
We're using a fax machine.
are open and public, so actually, I mean, we share everything with everybody, so everybody can access our NASA data.
I mean, do you have like a specific repository or mechanism or channel specifically?
Do they have a Wikipedia or a database? I don't think they do. They don't even have the fucking database running. So they're supposed to be like, like user submitted data, guys, is like, it's definitely something that they could do. And Wikipedia, you can do that. There's a lot of ways you can make a form and submit it with a video, and I don't think they do. It's like the website they put up is like literally something someone could have made in high school. It's the government.
With DoD where you're sharing information. Can you just expand a little on how Arrow and DoD are working Arrow and NASA are working so deeply to share things?
Sure, do you want to take that?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to handle that. So as Nikki beautifully said, all of NASA's data is open and accessible to the public. If DoD on a specific instance need to tap our expertise, then there are obviously secure ways of doing that, and we've done that by appointing our liaison officer. And yes, we know how to talk to DoD in a classified space. But again, most of what we do is unclassified, and for good reason.
And the answer is actually straightforward, that Arrow is the lead agency in the government. So FAA reported events go to Arrow. So they're the central collection agency, and that actually, if you go to the Arrow site, they have a pretty complete list of things they've analyzed and are.
They don't. They don't. They apparently earlier this year, Kirkpatrick said that they had like 600. I think that was in March. In the March release, he said there's like 600 some unresolved cases, and like in. Or maybe it was in January, and then in March they said there's like 600 unresolved cases. In January, 600 unresolved cases, and then March is like 300 or something like that.
Public. Though with Arrow, and this is just something...
You have to Google it, guys. There's a lot of them, though. It's definitely not just the stuff on their website.
From military satellites and intelligence community. It's important to remember that things are... Images taken by military instruments are classified, not because of what's in the image, but because of the nature of the measuring instrument. And I think this is one of the unique things that NASA brings here, is NASA is about openness and transparency. When NASA does measurements...
We're about openness and transparency, guys. Repeat it after me.
This program of making its data open and available. And of course, because it's not making measurements with classified instruments, that enables it to do this. And that one of the things that NASA brings to this space.
Thank you. And just a really quick clarification, because I think it's important. The NASA Aero Liaison, is that official, the same as your new UAP head of research?
Uh-huh.
All right, one more in the room before we go back to the phones for a couple.
Thank you. My name is Jacob.
Did they decide not to answer it?
Danish newspaper called Berlinski. My question is for Mr. Nelson. You said at the beginning of the meeting that that NASA will be transparent. Well, a month and a half ago, Mr. David Grush said under oath in Congress that the U.S. government is in possession of UAPs and extraterrestrial life. How can you be sure at NASA that other parts of the U.S. government is being transparent?
I don't speak for other parts of the government, but I can tell you NASA, which I speak for, is open and transparent with our data.
Do you believe what Mr. David Grush said, or is he lying?
You would want me to give a personal opinion?
Yes, please.
Of what he said. What he said, if I recall having seen this on the nightly news, was that
You didn't watch
had
it?
a friend that knew where a warehouse was that had an UFO locked up in a warehouse. He also said he had another friend that said that he had parts of an alien.
He said government agencies had access to it,
Where's the evidence?
and they're taking it apart.
My response.
Excuse me. He also said that he did interview over.
That's he's asking a very pointed question here, guys, and the guy he's talking to doesn't completely remember, and he's kind of mincing the words on what Grush said in the hearing in July, because that was 2 months ago. Like, you'd have to literally watch the video and then talk about it. So, maybe not the best question in the world.
Employees at the Pentagon.
Being lied to about what?
TV show, Jack Friday, and he used to say, just the facts, just the facts. Show me the evidence.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we will go to the phones. Again, I know people have lots of questions, but I'm going to try to keep us to just to one for each person. And so next person on the phone, go ahead and introduce yourself.
One question, bitch.
The next question comes from Gina Cesari with ABC News. Your line is open.
This is for Senator Nelson. Your report mentioned that AI could be very useful in helping in this investigation. How do you see that, sir?
Well, why limit us in anything?
There's a lot of data. Yeah.
And AI is
Both directions on that. There's too much for just one person to look at, or even a team of people to look at. This is the same thing with AI anti-cheat, guys. So we were talking about video games and people cheating in it. A lot of it comes down to behavioral analysis, and you have to have a trained set of eyeballs to look at it. Not only does AI allow you to have basically infinite number of trained eyeballs, but they're also consistent with each other too. So whatever they're trained to will be consistent across the board, instead of across person to person will be different. So it's not only throughput in terms of how much data they can look at, but then it's also separate from a bias they might have unless it's programmed in.
So why should we limit any technological tool in analyzing data?
I don't even know what you're saying anymore, Lane.
I said AI was one of the things that we were going to employ.
We use AI, or artificial intelligence and machine learning throughout our NASA science portfolio. It is an amazing tool for helping us to actually find often signatures that are sort of buried in data. And so a lot of our data are just sort of wiggly line plots. We get excited about wiggly line plots, by the way. But sometimes you see the wiggles and you miss a signal in there. And by using artificial intelligence, we can often find signatures. So one example we've had is to be able to find signatures of superstorms using very old data that really is before sort of like routine scientific satellite data. And it's amazing. And so just being able to use those techniques often can allow us to find things, to actually find the needle. As David so eloquently said, once you've actually really it also helps us to really characterize the hay. And so you can start subtracting the hay
and look for the needles.
You think them having a panel is a hoax?
Take this moment to say, to try to demystify AI and
Underside of flat Earth. Well, I mean, if you were actually talking about where they possibly could be, the oceans are 100% where they could possibly be. So, kind of underside of Earth, but we're basically blind in the water. We've talked about this a couple different times. If you were, and they have footage of them, some of the military footage is of basically these UAPs going in and out of water like seamlessly, which is something that aircraft we have can't do. Going seamlessly in and out of water. And yeah, if you wanted to hide somewhere on Earth, guys, the oceans are like we can't do shit in the oceans. We have submarines that are basically blind as bats, figuratively and literally. That's basically all we have in the oceans. Perfect place to hide.
AI is very powerful, but it's no more powerful than the data you give it. It's a way of, this is why it's very powerful, say, with NASA's weather and climate data. We've got an incredible amount of data, and it's data that you want to do more with than just put a line on a graph. You want to extract all that information or more information in that high-dimensional space, and I think we're just really discovering the power of that tool, and it's one of the tools NASA and not just scientists, but I think a lot of people in a lot of different industries are using to learn new things about high-dimensional data. But it always comes back to the data you feed into your analysis, whether it's a line on a graph paper or a high-dimensional space explored with machine learning. And if you don't got good data, you're not going to learn things.
I'm going to add one sentence. Sorry. High dimensional does not mean high space dimensions, not interdimensional travel. We're talking about multiple parameters here. Okay. Aaron.
Great. We are coming close to time. I want to get 2 more questions in. We're going to do one on the phone and one more in the room. And hopefully, if we keep our questions short and our answers short, we'll get to those 2. For anybody who's here who hasn't had a chance to ask a question, you are more than welcome to send an email, and we will try to get you answers as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
So one more on the phone, please.
Yes, our next question comes from Peggy Holliger with Financial Times. Your line is open.
Financial Times.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to ask a question. I'm curious about you saying here that you want to rope in crowdsourcing, but also you speak specifically about the potential of using commercial assets as well as your own.
FAA.
I'm curious about, can you give me
Talking about basically allowing people to report on them.
Will that be through commercial contracts, or will you ask for voluntary reporting?
How do you report to them?
And also, I think that's when you talk a lot about the importance of sensor, I'm going to use the word harmonization, because there's no kind of harmonization between the way the sensors work. Presumably, that would be the same for the use of commercial assets. How does that use of commercial assets and crowdsourcing square with the sensor harmonization that you talk about? And who's going to pay for all this? Thank you.
I don't think setting up a database is really that breaking the budget.
There's several billion of these floating around.
Yeah,
and
we've talked about this before.
They take wonderful, high-quality images, have high-quality metadata,
Yeah.
record local magnetic field, sound,
And
gravitational field. There's a wealth of data that a cell phone takes, and you can
it's in a way
designing apps that make the images relatively tamper-free. You can at least make it hard to do. And I think if we have a collection where interesting events are collected by citizens,
$1 billion per page, sure. I mean,
and you have multiple images of the same event,
it is kind of it's egregious that they literally don't have a database where you can submit user-generated, or not user-generated content, but reports yourself.
If you see something you don't understand, collect data. We aggregate the data and we learn from it. Is important in this context, and just I think in some ways an opportunity to engage the broader public in doing science.
Great. Our last question, please, from the floor.
Thank you all for doing this. Joe Khalil with News Nation. My first question is, you've described harassment of some of the panelists. While that is horrible and never a good thing, it does sort of come with the nature of public officials. You know, Mr. Nelson, as senator, lawmakers get that kind of thing all the time. Is that the justification for keeping this new position, Director of UAP Research, private? Do you plan on doing that forever? Is that a temporary thing? Because it seems to cut against the dedication to being open and transparent if this person forever is not going to be revealed, their identity, who they are.
Yeah, okay, so at the time, yes, we are withholding that name. Let's not forget that we've only just received this report. And what we need to do now as an agency is come together and provide a cohesive and coherent response to it that addresses multiple findings and recommendations, okay? We're only announcing initial actions today. Will that person's name be disclosed to answer your specific question? Potentially, yes. But again, we need to ensure that the scientific process and method is free, okay? That's my response.
Thank you. And just lastly, the report says that you relied on unclassified material. You've given a very understandable description for why the DoD classifies certain images and videos. Why did you all not have access to classified material, and could you have, done that?
I have. So just understand that. Let the committee speak for themselves.
So one of the reasons that we restricted ourselves, this study, to unclassified data is because we can speak openly about it. And in so
They intentionally aren't looking at classified data?
to alter the discourse from sensationalism to science, as Administrator Nelson beautifully said. NASA personnel, as appropriate, know how to talk to DoD on a classified basis, but the purpose of this study was to tell us what open data we could use in combination with the power of science to move our understanding forward. Okay? That was the purpose, and we're speaking about it openly today.
So, because they can't disclose it, they're unwilling to look at it, is what I'm getting here. That's kind of weird, but I mean, idealistically, I kind of understand why they're doing it. So, they don't want to give their expertise to the government unless they can actually talk about it. So, it might be they're trying to leverage, basically, I guess we could call it the Pentagon, the DoD. The Pentagon, the DoD. They're trying to leverage the Pentagon into, like, if they want their expertise, it has to be unclassified, I think is the angle they're going at here. I'm not sure if that's coming across properly, but that's what generally my take on why they would do that. But it also sounds like they could also, like, they could get access to classified data, but then they can't openly talk about it, therefore they aren't going to do it. That's kind of what was going on.
I'm afraid we do have to wrap up. We are at time.
Why does it fucking matter if you're at time, you bitch? Who decides what time is? What is this? You go tell his prostate can't handle the fact that it's fucking 10 times the normal size and he has to use the goddamn bathroom. Why is she deciding that it's time? Who cares? Who fucking cares? Let them speak as long as they want to. You know, enlarged prostates happen. That's just the way it is. Maybe he has to eventually use the bathroom and that'll be the end of it. But, yeah.
So thank you, everybody, for being here today. Again, for those people who were not able to get questions, I do apologize.
It's like she's like the fucking fun police. She just shut that shit down. She gave no shits. Like, what schedule are they on where they couldn't let this extend to no one has questions left in the room or on the phone, you know, to a certain extent, right? Those guys in the panel seem to want to talk, and that was pretty much it. And she's like, nope, we're out of time, guys. Like, what?
However, please send an email based on our press release. You will have information to access, and we will try to get you the answers we can. And with that, we're concluding today's press briefing, and thank you very much for being here.
Dude, the fuck is that? What the fuck is that, guys? It has to be exactly an hour. What? Comments are turned off. Of course they are. Also, 600 downvotes are probably from the people that didn't understand this isn't about reviewing footage that already exists. This was supposed to be about talking about stuff that exists in the game. So, or not in the game, in talking about their methodology. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, we can't cover the comments section because there isn't one. Let's see. Let's do Reddit's going on. That's 5 comments. We're dead. Not sure why when I type in Reddit aliens, guys, does it not give me... Why does it not give me the sub? Give me the sub, guys. Pretty big sub. 3,000 active users right now. What's the other one? UFOs? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Why when I type stuff into Google, does it not just give me the result that I'm looking for? UFOs, 4,000. Graves on alien bodies presented to Mexico on Congress. Yeah, that was on Twitter. I'm pretty sure that's because of the reaction the public was giving to it. Mexican aliens. Is there anything about NASA here? Sub is absolutely compromised. You're telling me a user who was inactive for literally 9 months with the weirdest profile I've ever seen suddenly posted a pic of an alien mummy after the Mexico hearing, and he supposedly worked in 2018, without any context, made the front page with an astonishing 46,000 upvotes. Why is it actually not showing me the Reddit? Like, if I type in Reddit Overwatch, it gives me the board, right? Yeah. Our Overwatch. Kind of weird. Like I said, you know, I was just mentioned earlier about Twitter and how anything I've posted on UAP UFOs has gotten like what would it be called? What's the opposite of 10x? It'd be, you know, divided by 10 engagement of normal posts. Reddit, aliens. Maybe it's because... Oh, it's not. Reddit. You search again. UFOs? Are UFOs? Aliens not show up. Kind of weird. Repeat post from a couple days ago. Talk of NASA, the NASA briefing. Go. NASA, we need to end the stigma. 10 seconds later, at the first mention Area 51 or Roswell, they start to laugh. Yeah. David Grush, or the guy that talked about Grush, didn't actually ask a really good question. No, he didn't. Here's a harassment. I think that was founded. Nelson really just pretended to not really understand Grush's claims and tried to act as though Grush said a friend told him he had a ship in a warehouse. Yeah, that was pretty, I think he misremembered what Grush said. I don't know why he would be up there, and he never actually looked at the congressional hearing from July. Fuckers came prepped to dodge, obfuscate, and ridicule. Nelson saying Grush spoke to his friend. Nah, bro, he spoke to intelligence and Pentagon officials. Those aren't just friends, they're the government employees with access to most sensitive information the U.S. poses. What a weird, overly defensive response. Yep. Kind of curious. I think they're trying to maintain public transparency, which is why they're dodging anything classified related. But I'm not sure on that. Bill Nelson's personal opinion on Grush smells like hot load of shit. He basically threw Grush under the bus. Yeah. That tells you more about Nelson than it does about Grush. Kind of weird. Why does Bill Nelson remind me of a televangelist? This is a preacher on TV. Yeah, I literally said that. I said it sounded like we're listening to like preachers. Nation asked a couple people up there had some pretty good questions. Lady with giant glasses that needs to clean them? Yeah. This was like 5'1". She's probably a fucking mummy. She's probably an alien. She's 100% an alien in a tiny body. That's the case. Yep. She just wants to out them. Can't. She'll probably get vaporized if she does. There's a very weird answer by Bill Ness in the first Q&A question. It's definitely not E.T., but if you really think about alien life is inevitable mathematically, just saying. Very strange message. Yeah, like, there's a lot of conflicting or hypocritical answers. They're giving contradicting answers. Yep. So, we'll have to wait and see, guys. More in coming months. Anyways, we're going to move on from this. I wanted to cover this purely because I wanted to see what it was like. I didn't want to see it like because I felt like they're going to say something prolific here. I wanted to gauge the temperature of the room, I guess you could say, to figure out how they're responding to questions, their posturing, their phrasing. All things that matter, because people say an awful lot through body language and through the way that they are presenting the information to you, and how defensive, offensive they react to questions and different things. That tells you a lot more than anything they actually said, was basically how they were regarding stuff, dodging questions, whether or not they're directly answering questions in general, or if they're giving roundabout answers, basically dodging. And when they do answer questions, how they approach the topic matter. All kind of curious. Like, it's just like with the congressional hearing, is a lot more about looking at the people that are up there and what they're saying and how they're saying it, more so than it's about them saying, oh my god, aliens exist or something like that. That's not really the point. But curious, and we'll cover this, guys, when more stuff comes out from the government. But as for right now, that's all we have to go off of, so. Good. Also, why is this not here? Look, so, like, remember how I was saying that this doesn't, like, the search results seem like they're suppressed right now? Like, look at this. So I just looked for, on YouTube, for the NASA UAP panel we just watched, and it's not here. How the fuck did we even find that?
You have, done that.
Unlisted.
Questions. I do apologize for not doing it in the room. However, please.
See if we can even find this.
Email based on our press.
NASA Gov video. NASA UAP study. Fuck is it? Not trying to make it too exact, because it's kind of pointless if you know exactly what you're looking for. That's not how search engines are supposed to work. Weird. Can I even find the video by typing in full video name? Oh. I type in NASA report, nothing shows up. NASA study also doesn't show up. There it is. No, this isn't new. Here it is. Pray to God this wasn't here, guys. The fuck was this? Oh, okay. Hey, random Russian name. Good evening to you, or Cyrillic name, actually. That could be a lot of different languages. You? Very weird. Doesn't show the board for aliens. That's that's interesting. NASA UAP report. Videos. Oh. There it is. It's not one of the primary hits. You have to actually go looking for it. That's fucking weird. The same thing happens, guys, every time there's one of these, like when I actually had to go looking for the videos that I know they're coming up from Arrow or whatever. Like I actually have to type in multiple different things. Like Google's not usually this obtuse. Like, you know, it's just like, I don't know what you're talking about, man. All over. Every fucking news agency's reporting on this. Ah. Right there. Why is this so far down in the list, guys? NASA has 11 million subscribers. There's 40,000 views in 14 hours. More than some of these. This isn't even from NASA, it's from Global News. Months ago. Wonder how you would actually figure out if search results are suppressed. There's a tool for that. Do the unthinkable, guys. Use Bing. Okay. NASA UAP panel. Like, this is everything except for the actual video. Watched. NASA gives verdict, they didn't give a verdict at all. Like, some of the headlines get fucking weird. Same thing happens with every congressional Arrow hearing, every congressional UAP hearing we watch. The takes that you see in the media, sometimes very different than what's being described there. Let's move along, guys. Let's play some... Starfield. Let's do the Starfield, guys. Enough of this. I'm gonna get a water, guys. I need to take a piss. Be right back. Ready. So, we just fixed our launcher, or fixed our mods, which apparently were broken on Wednesday for whatever reason. Good. Doop doop doo doo. Doo 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 doo. Changing categories. We're going to play some Starfield. Maybe. Yep. Yes. fuck is that? All right. We need a shitload of resources. Or do anything level 2 related. Alright, Sarah. You're staring at a wall. Tungsten. Or cobalt. Titanium. Lots of things. I think everything we need except for we need everything except for iron and aluminum. What we're gonna do is we're gonna play collection.
Something you need? Glad to haul whatever you need.
Yeah? Alright, Sarah. Actually, it turns out she might not have any room.
Time to go?
Yeah.
Glorious day, don't you think?
Compromise, guys. Other warehouse? No, we still don't have titanium. Have it. After frames. Yep, Sarah.
When you have a moment. Have things for you.
Like a flower.
Captain, hello.
Literally has. Oh my god! Look at that lighting. That's phenomenal. Getting rid of that Lux mod is fantastic.
Can I help? If you have any gear you want me to haul, I'm happy to help.
Dropped at one point.
Bye.
Bye.
Something for you when you have a moment.
But I think what we're going to do is we're going to go to the vendors and we're just going to grab all the resources we can. Dude, those mods make everything look so much better, especially the LUT mod is amazing. That's why a new one was turned off. It just made everything look like shit. Yeah, it's mine. All the shit in there. Alright, let's go. Vendors and get our parts.
I have.
Well, that's interesting. What is causing that? At 45, 2 minutes ago. Boy, I ran out of VRAM. I have 5 bajillion VRAM. Prior to me putting shit in.
Captain, greetings.
Check to make
Can
sure
I
I pulled
help?
everything off her.
Want to see what I'm carrying? Until later.
Bye-bye. Okay. Right. I have a bunch of resources on my plebs too. F5. Actually, we're gonna save. Let's see if it crashes again. Like loading too much VRAM or something? It has something to do with the planet. Like after it loads the station, it crashes.
I have things for you.
Crash this time. Good, good, good.
Except something you might be interested in.
Trust me, Sarah, you don't.
Watch out for the robots.
Look at that. That looks so much better. It's not just caked with the orange haze at all times.
Vanguard material.
We got lots of stuff. Cool. Let's.
Iron, vanadium. Pick that up. All the resources are super cheap. There's no reason not to. Probably actually cheaper buying the,
Sounds like a plan.
the
I can also take
construction
stuff off your hands,
materials
too,
than
if that's something
crafting
you're
it.
interested in.
Like if I buy these, it's probably actually cheaper than crafting it out of the resources. Also super heavy.
Oh, stay good
They like
up there.
gain weight when you turn them into.
Reached out to Hearst for comment, but his publicist declined a request citing concerns for his client. Many believe that
Gain resource or gain weight when you turn them into manufacturing goods.
How
But
My
if,
shop may not look my stock may be low.
right, and we want everything. Copper too. Oh, I don't remember the name of the secondary things we need. Shit. All really fucking cheap, too. Extremely cheap. What's not cheap is the space we need. Bye.
See you around.
I don't even know where this goes. Main level.
Careful. Low gravity means one wrong step and you could go flying.
Yeah? Thanks, Sarah. I had no idea.
The Lux condos aren't anything special.
Alright, I don't know whether or not we want to do Neon tonight. We might. Some outpost building real quick, though. Hopefully real quick.
Captain, hello. I am satisfied to see
Vasco.
that you survived your most recent sleep cycle.
Add resources? I don't remember putting those in there. Maybe they regenerate. Be interesting.
What's the good word, Chief?
I don't know if we can fast travel with my inventory full, or if I have to, I'd maybe do something. I'm not sure. Well, we have some crashing. It's totally mod related, though. Must be virtual memory. Or, excuse me,
Hiya, Skipper. What do you need?
it wasn't even when I landed, was it? Yeah, it was when I went to the solar system. Starfield crash when... Well, let's see if disabling these fixes it. Good. It's going to make everything look worse, though. More than likely that. That's usually the kind of crash you get when it loads in textures and the game just spazzes out. Don't know why, guys. I have a 4090. It has like 18 gigs of memory. Shouldn't be crashing. It doesn't crash anymore. That sucks. What's doing it?
I picked up something you might be interested in.
Did you? Or are you just saying that? Alright, resources. Well, that really sucks. Why would it crash? Lighting looks so much better now. I think it's the EXE mod doing that. Alright, let's see what we got. Pick up any lubricant. Generation 2, Outpost Engineering 2. What is that? A solar flower? I love solar flowers. I mean, that would help immensely with their energy generation issues. Polymers. There. All things we need to pick up. Egg pressure tank. We're just hopefully just trying to use up bits and pieces of stuff in my inventory right now. I got a wind. I don't know why you even bother with a wind turbine over. They generate the same amount of power. Maybe it depends on the planet. Same amount of power as the solar. Post Engineering 2. We need lubricant. Egg pressure tank, I think I can build. Pigment, fiber. Locked. You can't even put stuff into it so I can use up resources. Outpost engineering 2. Basically where we want to be. Pressure tank.
Good thing you had the schematics for that.
Good thing! Oh my god, so you're trying to cheer me on, guys. Extraction 3, Extraction 2, Outpost Engineering 2. Lubricant. Fiber pigment. Unstick manifold. Age. Oh. Yeah. What the fuck, Sarah? There's 5 million machines in this room, and you use the one that I need access to. Please. Wire, polymer, zero wire. I wish you'd show you the different categories. I'm pretty sure this is something you find. Zero wire 3. Getting rid of manufacturing goods is also really important. Really important because it's take up a lot of space. Or the ores do not. Space. Polymers. So what do we need now? Need lubricant. Fiber, pigment. Make myself Word document. Shopping list, guys. Can't make lube. Don't have the secret formula to Astroglide yet.
Do you need something?
Not speak unless spoken to. Level 2. Costs 10 power. I assume produces 2 times as much ore? Oh. Benefit. Take up. Base? Can't upgrade either. advanced wind turbine. There we go. It wasn't just a wind turbine, it was an advanced wind turbine. Magnet and aluminum. Oh my god. And produces 14 power. I think these are actually really easy to make. Actually really good. So, centered magnet. Okay.
I see what you've made there. Smart.
Thank you. Thank you. Can make 6 old generators. Okay. Looks like they might be producing more power than they're saying, or maybe the generators. It still thinks they have generators here. Right, so each of these is 14 times 3, 30, 42. Okay, I'm producing 62. 42 plus another 18. Right. Okay. Yeah, I do want to build a system uplink. Finally do, now that I have power, because we can use a active gauge times 3. Course. Oh. Cargo link inter-system? Literally just transferred every single thing on that pad to my inventory, guys. Holy shit. Cargo link inter-system. Course, cargo link outgoing. Course, cargo link incoming transfer container. At the system link one. Cargo link inter-system. Cargo link. Create output link. Output link. Cargo link inter-system. I'll have to go look at the pad. For right now, I assume this is Same as the old one. I think that's the new added feature right there. I only have 659 mass on me right now, guys. Nothing to worry about. Luckily, you just don't explode when you have a certain amount of weight. Yeah. Hey, look. You have so much weight on you that, yeah. You are now a black hole. You no longer can move or do anything. Okay. $500 iron. We probably could even dump that on the ground. It wouldn't matter. Let's see, I wanted to make bigger storage containers. I can't do that yet. But I wouldn't need to dump iron on the ground. Captive frames. Gas. Game is so councilized, guys. Solid. Titanium. So silly that this is even a thing, guys. There's some ways that could have either made this more complicated and easier, or... What are you? This is the new thing they added. Intersystem. That. Our links are not hooked up anymore. This is what I don't really understand is... Yes, I have to put neon into a container, so then I can send it out. And on this planet? I think it is. Yes, it is. The neon doesn't show up on the map. You have to find it. I know there's neon geysers here. Not what we're looking for, though. You have to get lucky? What's going on with my jets, guys? Code? And iron. Water. We've seen neon, but it's only in little, not in mineable areas. The little mineral nipples is what we're seeing. Turn. It's not mineable vein though. Unless maybe you're supposed to put it on. I don't know. You definitely don't put it on top of the nozzles. Their main base has a nozzle at it, but you can't put it on top of it. Like, I don't think this is actually the color. kind of doubt it's the volcanic areas. Maybe it's just hit and miss. Like if I go over here, guys, and let's just check. There should be any resources here.
There's something I need to talk to you about.
I don't. Bounty hunters. Oh, it's be neon here, guys. But even if I put in a try and to see what happens here. Iron and helium, yeah, so it doesn't give me an extractor for the neon. Maybe not. I don't know, maybe you're supposed to just come across a vein? Might be locked. That'd be really dumb if they don't tell you that it's locked and you have to unlock the mining of it. Lead, silver. I want that also flora. I don't know where the other flora is. Hoping we'd find that on the way here. Lead and silver, guys. Like, we found deposits of other resources on other worlds. I don't think we found a rare resource. There might be one of my moon outposts. I think we have like a super rare in there. I don't know. It might just be another one dot. It might actually make you have to... It doesn't seem like you're supposed to because you have to build an interstellar link in the first place, but you might actually have to gather the neon by hand. I don't think that's the case. There's no way. Maybe. On the last bit of flora. Frost reeds. Argon. That's going to bamboozle me because it looks as brighter. A septic deep mining suit. And it's purple, but it's a lot worse than mine. I see. Yep. Airborne resistance radiation. There might be some planets we run into where that actually matters. We haven't gotten to the case where that's the problem, though. There we go. Wink. Just a bunch of argon and water, guys. Maybe you have a better chance of finding it by a helium, or excuse me, by a neon deposit in the first place? So if you find the neon nozzle, you have a chance of it spawning in that biome. Mate. sure what those stutters are. They're new. Very literally in the Hoff, guys.
I have something for you when you have a moment.
Argon. And HN alkanes,
Fire
whatever
up
it
your
is.
hand scanner. I bet you'll find plenty here to catalog.
What? I already cataloged the planet. Here, we killed them already. There's the bounty hunters from a while ago. And then you can't take their ship, so it's just there forever. Be able to call a galactic tow truck, guys, and get them to pull it. Fucking take it away. Going the wrong way. Definitely had neon at our base. I must have went the wrong way. Okay. Back to base again.
I picked up something you might be interested in.
I am not, Sarah. Bitch. All like level 1. Comms relay. Plus, take that. Iridium, fiber. A little bit of a malformed outpost here, guys. On here. I got a shitload of antimicrobial. Exactly sure what happened with this outpost that generated. Did it have neon here at one point? I don't know where it went. Neon nipples, not necessarily brown stuff. What the fuck's going on here with the loot generator? Like spawned a bunch of crates? Yeah? Ooh, there it is. Done. Like, I can't mine it. That's not a mineable nipple, guys. This is over here. Let's just keep going the same direction. I guess we'll have to assume that if you find a nipple, there's a possibility, there's another one, that we'll find a geyser location? Another one. Still can't build an outpost. There we go. Neon. Thought we'd just find a ground, let's see. Geology. Inorganic resources on a planet. You can detect exotic inorganic resources on planet and moon surfaces. Beta combat. Detect unique inorganic resources on planet and moon surfaces. Maybe that's why it's colored the way that it is. It actually allows you to see where they are on the surface, because we can't actually see where they are. That's why they're grayed out. I didn't actually look at this prior to me taking it, so I don't know whether or not this is actually that unlocked, we could actually see the locations. Around here somewhere. I mean, look at all the neon nodes that we're running into. And it's just RNG. I mean, the rarer the resources, the more difficult it's going to be to actually find it in the first place. Like, we don't need a shitload of it, but for the mission that we need like 500 neon. Something you can easily just mine. A lot of mobs in this area for some reason, too. Nodes though. No, alkanes? And rarely can you ever actually... I don't think I've ever been able to place an outpost near one of these spots, so even if we see this doesn't mean anything. Back the same way we were going before. Might be a big bust, guys. The neon. Bounty hunters. I'm just over here minding my own goddamn business, guys. Iron. How are they so fast? What's going on here? Found Sarah. Or hit reg, good. Thought I upgraded my AI. I guess? I don't know. I don't think the AI mod's working. As my mods in general seem to have been having issues.
We don't stock up on junk.
Fuck off, Sarah.
Oh, come on. Quit playing games. You've already lost.
Elemental Ripshank, you're worth money, 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 actual money. Bitch. Well, I guess there's limited time at which I can actually go and attempt to take their ship. I didn't know that. There's 5,000 that just floated away, guys. Bye. Bye, money. Assault suit. Okay, did I take their suit? I don't know. I think we might need more talents in order to, I think we need more talents in order to actually see the resource I'm looking for. Unless we just RNG on top of it. This guy. Scanning. Does. In order for me to actually find neon on this foreboding world, guys, I need to put 2 more talent points in. Well, I actually need scanning too. Yeah, so we can't, unless I just RNG into it, which I'm pretty sure it's over here somewhere. Unless I just RNG into it, I can't actually, there's another neon. I need a lot. It isn't just, hey, 540 neon. That's a shitload of neon. That's not really something I can just manually gather. Maybe we'll just abandon this one. I don't think I can get this anytime soon. I don't even know how much it's worth. If it's just a ship mission, it's like worth 3,000 credits. It's totally not worth it. Abandon this. Oh, some missions you can reject, which are pretty sure the actual missions. Or abandon this.
I have something for you when you have a moment.
Too much effort to go through for that, guys. Dump my loot now. $100. 150 iron. Yep. We're gonna build storage crates. Takes 5 power. Probably produces 2 times as much helium, though. Lovely. Tellum. Adaptive frame. Probably double... I don't know exactly... Like, I think it's just because of the amount of space they take up. So the efficiency gain here is it basically takes same space. Produces more. And costs more. Adaptive frame. Go spend some resources here, guys. Yeah, the AI mod, I had to put a line into a file and I took it out yesterday after stuff wasn't working. AK mods is also crashing my game. I don't know why. Semen wafer?
Anything I can help with?
Oh. Yeah? I probably can make them eventually, maybe. Seminole wafer, guys. Up. We need 5 more adaptive frames.
Got a new assignment for me?
At least it shows you which ones aren't connected. That's kind of useful. Good luck ever managing these links, though, individually. Oh my god. I'd probably just delete them instead of actually trying to delete those links, because they're such a pain in the ass to click on. Alright. Graphics look so much better, by the way. I don't know specifically what did it. My 8K planets aren't working, but the graphics definitely look better. I think it's because some of my mods weren't working, because, once again, the installation issue. Right. Let's go do something. Since we can't do neon, that was a waste of time. Or whatever. Actually, the whole game's a waste of time. We have to talk to Space Station Lady, I believe. Space station. Oh, we can actually go in. Plato, Kelton, that's to join the UC. I don't think we're going to join the UC. Join FC.
I have things for you.
Be advised, you are entering United Colony space. Please maintain course and prepare to be scanned.
We should have a talk when you have the time.
All right, we're done. You're clear
God
to
damn it,
land
Sarah.
at New Atlantis.
Hey! You're not supposed to be here!
That. What?
Turn around and leave. Now.
The fuck's even talking to me? This is a space station.
Whoa, whoa, you! Get out of here! Whoa, whoa,
Got your king loud as a
turn around
bell.
and leave.
Eyes ready to let you aboard.
Someone's talking to me somewhere. Good.
Hey! You're not supposed to be here!
Apparently we're not supposed to be here.
Integrity looks good.
It's good to be back. I have something I need to discuss with you.
So needy.
Remember our last conversation when you told me the artifacts made you feel like
Oh, they make me
raw
tingly.
energy
God.
was
It's like
coursing
sex,
through your
Sarah.
veins? Well, it got me thinking. So I dove into our archives and started looking through Constellation's older journal entries. Just because I wasn't familiar with the experience you described doesn't mean the same might have been true for my predecessor. Unfortunately, no. Other than you and Barrett, there were no records of direct encounters with the artifacts. I have to admit, though, I did get more than a bit sidetracked reminiscing about old times. Really? I'm surprised that I haven't.
You didn't.
After reading those journals, all of the pleasant memories of my time spent with Aja just started flooding back. Aja Mamasa. She was the youngest member of Constellation when it was founded. Only took her 15 years to reach chair. Sorry, I sometimes get so caught up in my own bubble, I forget that I wasn't the first.
Uh-huh.
Well, there's no reason to be jealous. They were just, I don't know, Different times.
Different times, guys.
Aja was the one that taught me the ropes at Constellation and took me under her wing as her protege. Hey, so I pinched a few ideas from my old boss. Can you blame me?
Brown butt mod? I'm sure there is.
We logged quite a few discoveries together.
You're in keeping Syrah. As soon as we find a new companion, she's out. Well, new female companion.
Exactly.
Explains too
For
much.
me, it was all about the quieter moments. There was nothing quite like sitting back and watching space bend while listening to Aja spin vivid stories to fill the time. Oh, I find that sort of cozy isolation.
Have we sexed her
the
yet?
best way
No.
to really get to know someone.
I don't think you can sex them until you, like, commit to a relationship. No reality in this game, as it turns out.
I'll be certain to watch my back.
Oh.
You know, all this talk about Aja
That was supposed to
reminds
provoke her.
me that my time with her was a gift. I miss her dearly. I respected her, and I considered her a dear friend, but we weren't in love. Had that been true, I would have resigned my post and moved to Parima 2 instead of remaining at Constellation. Come to think of it, if we're ever out that far, perhaps we could pay her a visit, and I could make proper introductions. Yeah, you'll do. Look, I don't expect you to be an exact copy of Aja. Your hunger for exploration, to pierce the veil and seek the unknown, it's a common bond that we share. I wouldn't have it any other way.
I see why she likes me now. Flirt!
I don't know if I deserve to be that close to anyone right now.
Aw.
If you knew about
She's
the
emotionally
things that
unavailable.
I've done, the way my life's unfolded, I think your opinion of me might change.
He literally
Please,
criticizes me
give me
anytime
some
I do anything
time.
wrong, guys.
I have to go.
But where? We're in a space dock. Alright. Bye.
Hello, Captain.
Bye. Yoink. All the junk, guys. What the fuck? Yeah, that door's broken. Here, let's just put a bunch of rubble in front of it in space. Alright. No. Casually looting space station, yeah. Field boxes. Oh, another one. Another rubble. AK plan is totally so much better. Yep. Just creeping through his belongings. Don't. Once a cozier place, guys. Sometimes you gotta take big shits, you know, it happens in space too. Peak performance. Increase carrying capacity. Having it? $5 kg, guys. Get to. It's like 3%. Plank? They're always worth a bunch of money. Yeah, sir, you literally have to be there. Open. Smokes in the fridge. That's how you don't get tempted, guys. Accessible. Okay. Waiting there to talk to me? Just one moment. Oh, you assert dominance, guys. You make them wait. Well, he basically looted his surroundings. There's nothing. What do we find? We found a magazine.
We got a rook on deck. Good to see Constellation getting some fresh blood.
Rook has a space miner.
Former Crimson Fleet. An old Jacoboons would be the term for it, back in my day. Left that life behind me. Even before I signed up with Constellation, I was retired. An honest job. No shame in that. Some of us have done far worse.
We've all come from different walks of life.
Wish I could have been down at the lodge to see the artifacts come together. But I got a little lost peeking through the eye.
I've peeked through plenty of eyes.
Probably would have just gotten annoyed at being bothered. I'll catch a smile at our next big revelation. You know there's more to come. Now, this station, the Eye, rigged up for deep space scans. Barrett and Sarah teased out the signs of where our artifacts could be hiding after we caught our second one. But the data takes a slow ride along the Sea of Light. Years or decades between us and the fringes of space without a grav drive. You won't be the only constellation out there. Andreja and Matteo are both following up on scans themselves. Matteo went out recently, but Andreja, it's been a while. Hate to pull the worried old man act on you, but I'm an old man, and I'm worried. Another Roken constellation who's making a name for herself. Likes to be on her own. I can relate, so I try to look out for her more than most.
Yes, indeed. Stop worrying so much, Vladimir. If she's out there, we'll find her.
She should be at one of the 2 sites I've marked on your star map. Can take care of herself, but we all need backup sometimes.
Yeah?
Anyway, hopefully you'll be catching Fortune's smile.
I think she was trying to climb up on something to get over a railing, and she got stuck.
That's why I missed your little welcome party. Got caught up plotting all the data the Eye can give us. Wouldn't mind the helper's hand, though. Could speed the process along. Up-to-date planetary scans would help filter all the data I have to sift through.
I do those.
Maybe help to find the anomalous bits. And Constellation can slide a credit or 2 your way. All part of the mission of charting the stars, right? When you're orbiting a planet, your ship's scanners can pick up all sorts of information. Signs of life, resources, structures where they shouldn't be. It all gets downloaded into data you can hand over to anyone who's interested. And Constellation is always more interested than most.
Okay. This is the guy we sell server data
Then
to?
we're hand in hand in agreement. Now, get out there and burn some helium. I make the visit when they need me. Don't mind the loner's life most days, and the Eye is important work. But I should make the trip more often. Can't let Walter be the only one tending bar there too long. Everyone will forget what a good drink tastes like. Usually doesn't. I'm overdrawn from Lady Luck 3 times over. It's a long tale to tip your ear on. But if you ever wanted to visit, I have a house out there in the Starfield. Thought I was going to see life's eclipse from there, but Constellation swept me away. Haven't been there since we started on the Eye. If you do go there, turn the lights off when you leave, okay?
Vladimir's house. Alright. Fine. 0 G's, guys. 0 G's.
The Eye's seen all it can for the moment. Good. Ever run the scholars on the Centaurus Proclamation? The original treaty that gave every human the right to colonize the stars? Stolen by some fool's joke of a Crimson Fleet rook looking to trade names to Captain. Sight to see pinned above my chair, like the whole settled systems was mine for the taking. Time dances its years forward, and I'd retired. That's when our own Sarah Morgan walks into the tale. Fire in her eyes and her head full of intel I thought I had spent the labor's efforts burying. Of course, I didn't have the Centaurus Proclamation just lounging in my pockets. Belonged to the ship and her new captain in the fleet I had left behind. Tipped your ear long enough, but the short line of it, Sarah and I returned the treaty to the rightful owners, and I decided to hang around, lend an old pirate's wisdom to the mission. You've tipped my ear.
Tipped my ear? We got some data. Jemison, so the other guy on Mars was only willing to offer me 6,000 for it, so he offers 11,000. That's pretty good. Wonder if you get more money if the data is more complete. So we got 1237. Is this a piece of the money or is this everything? Jemisin's complete though. So if I do this, does that mean if I get the complete data, it's actually more than just the pieces together, or is it all the pieces together? No. Jemisin's complete though. Yoink. And now we're 11,000 richer, guys. Ways to tell if the data's complete?
Show the words another time then.
That way, we'd have to, like, literally know the star. It is. Crete's done. Crete?
Forgot to check the math on it. You've tipped my ear.
$600 for Crete. Crete's done, though. Might as well. We can refill his credits.
Raise the thoughts with you later.
Pretty good. And I think I can make more with commerce, too. So.
Good day, Captain.
Right. We got some outposts. I need to take a piss really bad. I'll be back in 1 second, guys. Alrighty. So,
Captain, do you require my assistance?
where do we want to go?
Just give the...
Good question. What do we want to do? Neon? Maybe.
We've detached. Let's get out of here.
I'm done with outposts for now today. A lot of stuff we could do though. One has the runaway quest. That'd be pretty. Missions too. Okay. Have jump pending. Bar, guys. But it's kind of weird because I've definitely been traveling system to system right now. Without that one bar in, so. Definitely have some weird shit going on with the textures on the planets. I'm not sure what that's about.
Thank you. Pick up the hail.
Oh.
There you are. Bounty on your head's gone nice and fat. It's time to collect. We came all this way. We spent a ton on supplies.
Uh-huh.
You must be out of your mind to think this ends with you alive.
Maybe. Pretty good pilot, I can fly circles around you.
I hate to say it, but you got a lot more firepower than I was expecting. Alright, you can go. Get out of here before I change my mind.
You can get out of here before I change my mind. Bye. And we just flew through an asteroid. That.
Lived my life in sin. There was no number high enough to get the troubles I was in. Filled me on nights with women. By day I rest my skin. There was no gamble bad enough to think I would never win, but I wanna go home. I wanna go home. I wanna go home. And go back home again. Always happy to meet a stranger. Hope my singing was to your liking.
Aw. Anything the best time? Modern music is more my thing. Sorry, is it the sea shanty or?
It is, at that. If you believe the family tales, we've been merchantmen and freighter captains since the days of the East India Company. If you like my singing, you should have heard my pops. Now he had a voice.
I really made my day.
Oh, and now you've made mine. Afraid my ship's got the next jump plotted in, so I'm away. Fair travels.
Okay. Bye. Meet all sorts, guys. And here we are, stuck on one planet. Ah. Go. Ship location discovered.
Go ahead. New Homestead is supposed to be an interesting visit. See how folks survived way back in the 2100s? Don't know why you'd want to see that, but hey, you asked.
Yeah. Fuck was ship? Let's see.
Tagged their grab drive. Hey, Dad? Will you read to me tonight before bed?
Yeah, sure. I like that very much. Yeah, that's me too.
And will you do funny voices for the characters? Like you used to when I was little? You're just trying stuff. Good, I'm jumping out of here.
It is time for your judgment.
We've blown out their grab drive. Grab jump down. Oh, stuck. You took out their jump drive. Targets lost
Jesus
their
Christ.
shields.
Okay, well. Apparently we're shooting at the wrong one, guys. The one we're shooting at is way behind the ones that are actually aiming at us.
Yeah, ask me to do that anytime.
There you go. I don't understand, like, the targeting in this game, guys, is so fucking convoluted, like, it doesn't go under the one that you're actually looking at.
Jump drive is offline. Enemy grab drive disabled. Enemy grab jump system flatlined.
Got me again? Good. We aren't that far. I mean, we are level 14.
I like that very much. Yeah, asked me to do that one more time.
Voices for the characters, like we used to when I was little. You're just trying stuff. They lost the grab jump capability. Grab jump down, Captain. Enemy grab drive out of commission. They've blown out our shield system.
Yeah, among other things here. Chris. Like, they literally just stop and just turn and pivot and just shoot you. Like, there's like no flying involved with it.
I like that very much. Yeah, asked me to do that one more time.
Voices for the characters, like we used to when I was little. They crash trials. Enemy's ground drive disabled. Jump drive down. Their ground drive's down.
Repair.
I like that very much. Yeah, asked me to do that one more time.
Voices for the characters, like we used to when I was little. You're just trying jump system down. We've blown out their ground drive. You took out their jump drive. You took out jump system offline. No getting out of this one. They're jumping out of here.
Christ.
Enemy jump drive is offline. Grab drive's down. Tags their grab drive. Enemy jump
Ooh.
drive is offline. Shields operational. Our engines are
Holy shit. Oh, buddy. Maybe I think one of them's hurt. That guy is hurt.
Yeah, asked me to do that one more time.
This is a different way.
voices for the characters, like we used to when I was little. You're just trying stuff. They lost the grab jump capability. Ground drive disabled.
Other guy was like max. It's actually a lot better. Other guy was full health. Much better. Oh, these are Varun guys.
Enemies grabbing the target's jump system down.
You bitch.
Grab jump. They're not jumping out of here. You took out their jump drive. They lost grab jump capability. Enemy's jump drive is offline. Enemy's ship's grab drive disabled.
How do you dock with them? I might not be able to dock with them. Fucking ship, bitch.
Blown out their grab drive.
Or just keep eating my EMPs until I fucking disable you.
Your
Says they don't do like any damage, despite the fact that on the description it says it does damage.
Enemy's shields are back online.
I think you have to take out their engines. I don't even know if you can take out their engines. Like, it just keeps shooting the same spot on the ship. Regardless of where my crosshair is going, it just keeps shooting in the same spot on the ship.
Target's jump system down.
You are nothing more than an offering.
Target has lost its
There we go.
engines.
Done. Maybe I just need to damage it more.
Docking cycle complete.
Doc. Yoink.
Stay alert. We have no idea how many enemies.
They're level 14 too.
Heated. Prepare for judgment.
What the fuck? Fuck are my meds?
Through.
Good job, Sarah.
It's ringing bad.
And the pooper. That actually, they do a lot of damage. Well, they're actually pretty high level compared to me. These guys are, I think I'm level 14, 12 right now, somewhere around there. Got the Varun ship, guys. Killed Kenny. Yeah, he's dead. Again. I'm sure he'll be back. Explosive things. Alright. Well, we like on a ship. X. Better than what I have. Taking your block ship, bitch. It's mine. Nova Blast Disruptor. Electromagnetic Rifle. Okay.
Might as well take what we can.
Got a bub. Lots of credits. Spacesuit. Also worth a shitload of money. You guys are worth a lot of money. What's going on here? They got a big cock, too. Cockpit, that is. Yeah, we didn't save the other ships. I don't know how we could have saved, like... So if you don't completely disable them, they can just get, like, power back up, and then you're just fucked, so... Pellets, huh? I think we picked up some weapons. Calibrated disruptor. Stealth lasers, huh? Let's do this. Do you? Not gonna use them. And take anyways. Let's take KV. Disruptor 3 KV. Followers with EM weapons to engage non-lethally. Okay, so I guess it's a way of stunning people? Oh, do we have any contraband? Guys are straight shooters, guys, for zealots. Straight shooter zealots, you know. Not like the pirates. Purely for the cause. Ship is a giant block. I'm not exactly sure. The rest of their stuff is. Zen Garden? Not exactly the same of what you'd expect to find on a zealot ship, right? Looks relatively normal. You're just going out to the CVS, guys. Steel? Yeah, not really anything here. What do we even get that's worthwhile? It's got some equipment, I guess. Okay. Oh, by the way, the blood splatters look pretty good. I think those are the new blood splatters. Right. How the fuck do you repair your systems after they're damaged? Guess they slowly repair. Whatever, as long as it's enough to get me home. And no chance that my ship will just randomly explode.
Navigational feedback checks out. We're in the right place.
Are there fucking ghosts here? Dude, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Dude. The fuck is this shit? They're level 2. Fuck off, bitch. Oh my god. Apparently my ship's too damaged. Well, we get to figure out where I last saved.
We're in the right place.
Fuck out of here.
You took out their jump
Holy
drive.
fucking shit, guys.
Our jump system's back up.
Yeah. This ship has a shitload of power. I wonder if this is like a tier B. Hangars at max capacity. Talking about. Whatever, they don't have shit. It's like they sensed that I was an easy target and then showed up when I was about to explode. Okay. Well, now we have a rune ship. Fun. Okay. Buy ships. Worth 2480. It's worth less than the pirate ship. No, the pirate ships went down in value. The fuck is that? Alright, now let's go back to that system. I don't think we're going to be... I think the loot's going to be gone. Actually, maybe not. This game is pretty good remembering the stuff that's just there. Sure? I think we were. Yep.
All right, Cap.
Yep. Oh my god. And let's blow up the small shits first. One that's firing at me. Christ.
Taking out our grab jump. Tagged them grab. Tagged them grab.
Well, yeah.
Checks out. We're in the right place.
What the fuck? This is before I landed on the planet. Why did I start back here? Fucking Christ. Why the fuck did it not save at any point between the last 2 jump points, guys?
Checks out. We're in the right place.
don't know. Gonna go after that level 20 ship too. Very helpful.
After you,
Time there weren't any enemies. It actually kind of looks like it looks like the loot despawned too. Unfortunately. Unless we're at a different planet. We might have been on a different planet. That was gold. Pretty sure we were at the front moon.
Hostility will not be tolerated.
By the way, EM guns seem kind of pointless. I have yet to figure out what they're exactly for.
You took out their jump. Target's shield.
Oh, I can't dock with them.
Eclectic put up a fight, that's for sure. We weren't expecting the Eclectic to have such a presence here. I'm not sure if we would have made it out of there without your help. Any way we can repay you?
Yeah.
You bet. Here's some credits. Thanks again for the help.
Ching! Look at that, guys. Good work pays off. And we can salvage. Platinum. Ship parts, which we need for repairs. Okay. I think we need to modify my ship too. Because as it turns out, where am I? Let's put more points into my shields, okay? It turns out it doesn't seem as though, EMPs are really not really all that useful, as it turns out. At least what it seems like. I might need to get the weapon upgrade that allows me to, 1 second, guys. Yeah. Oh. Polonium, platinum, iridium, silver, cobalt, uranium, lead. Pretty good place. Pretty good place for what's going on here? You can scan that. Okay.
Star parcel freighter to unknown vessel. I have an urgent package, hoping for some assistance.
Oh.
The Star Parcel's fleet's got a load of these aging Deimos monsters. Built like tanks, but well past their warranty.
Yeah?
It's gonna take hours to fix this, if we can get the engine back online at all.
Engine. They actually took time to make it say the engine's offline. It's probably broke down. Davis makes good chips.
30 years ago, this ship would be a beast. Maybe more like 50. I got a hot package that's paid for expedited delivery.
Oh.
They'll dock my pay if it doesn't get to its destination. Star Parcel will reward you well if you can assist.
Persuade. Given the circumstances, Star Parcel needs to be up that reward.
The paperwork involved in giving you anything extra is a nightmare.
As is helping you. There's no reason for us to have a problem, is there? I'm not asking you for more than I deserve.
We may have to agree to disagree.
Wow. Asking for all that much. Window.
Not my problem.
Bitch?
I hear you.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere.
I'm still willing to talk.
Critical success.
Tell you what, I can pay you some credits from the discretionary fund up front.
Damn.
Best I can do.
Deliver it.
Excellent. All you need to do is drop this off to the ship services technician on Sidonia. They'll take it from there.
Okay.
Thanks for bailing me out of this nightmare.
Nightmare. 500 credits. Doesn't even take you to the mission. Doesn't even have a time limit either. Ecological. Locate a planet with ecological consortium. Ecology. Oh, this isn't just scanning. This is going down to the planet and looking at the available, like, flora and stuff. Oh my god. That takes a lot of time. Yeah, she did. I don't know why this didn't complete. I'm pretty sure we've located a planet with sentient microbial colonies. This shows you a possible location that has it. Oh, like there's a thing here. There's somewhere to dock here. At. Yeah, so we can find it in the system that involves a copious amount of groundwork. Like exploring a planet, that's like an hour. All these down here are actually just a shitload of time. Proxicon B. Yeah, so we might get rid of one of our EMP weapons, maybe do more ballistics. I believe we have some money now.
I wouldn't even get tired of that.
Yeah? That good for you? On B. Survey. Survey the whole planet, don't you? Another one where you have to survey the whole planet. Effort, because it doesn't have any... Actually, it does have 4 traits. Take a look. Do it because we can.
Beginning landing cycle.
How can I be of service, Captain?
Diamond? What does that mean? Diamond mean, guys? No fauna, no flora. Crystal plants? Yeah. Hazard, huh? I don't know if hazards can actually be, mystery feature. Not land in the goo. Sometimes the goo kills you when you land in it, so. There's a food pile of some kind. Only 193 degrees Celsius here, guys. Maybe Fahrenheit. One of the two. Not super hot. Hazard. Natural almost always are traits. I assume some of the stuff would be mineable too. I mean, some of the things are mineable. Trait spots would be mineable, but they aren't. Yeah. Rift Valley pulls itself apart, opening up fissures for hot gas and vapors to escape. Yeah. Rock pile here, just like that. Copper and lead. Very useless. Also, I think we're in the wrong system. We're in Proxicon... Survey Proxicon 3 and Proxicon A. Wrong planet. But since we're here, we might as well. It said Proxicon B. Guess not. Dimium. Almost doesn't even seem worth gathering some of these things, mainly because you can just go to the vendor and just buy it, which is kind of weird that you can do that in the first place. Those. Briars. Uranium, very common apparently. Lightning forged glass remains. Lightning? These fields are mineable, but it's only 2 blue. Excuse me, 2 stars. We're looking for neon to mine it, and it was definitely not. Not even easy to find that. Oh my god, we're encumbered now. Let's see. What do we? You open it? Pretty heavy. Prize. Roll field? Okay. Again. Copper? Nothing outside the ordinary. Where to go? Over here, might as well go this way. Go. No way of telling. As far as I know, there's no way of telling if we're actually going the right way. Probably actually should set up the auto run key. Tentacle. Ephemeral field, guys. Fumarole? Fumarole field? Fuck is my last one? They are the same. Good, good. Looking at my neon? I was. I dropped the quest, though, so. Need to transport like 580 neon. And I couldn't find the location for it. I don't have the talent for it. Boring broken games. Well, you don't need to do what I'm doing right now. You definitely don't need to survey planets if you don't want to in this game. I happen to be doing. That's not the one. I would say probably the most broken things. It's not even broken. What needs to be polished the most is outposts, though. Outposts definitely need some love. A lot of the game balance too. A lot of like some of the stuff that seems like you're supposed to be doing things with, like the meta game balance, seems to be really broken too. As far as like rare resources and stuff, you can just buy them from vendors. Almost no point in mining it. That's the lightning shit again. Back to the ship. Yeah, I mean it was a mission board thing. Mission board things are, Productive Ridge. Yeah, that. There's another conductive ridge. Maybe we need to go to another part of the planet. I'd assume it would tell you. Normally it tells you when you're looking for other stuff if you can't find what you're looking for. I mean, a lot of the problems people have with this game are purely based on disliking the lack of polish. Load screens, for instance. Looks really good in my opinion. Well, I don't like. I know where there's neon nodes. It wasn't that I needed neon nodes. It's rather I needed a place to mine neon, like put down an extractor. There we go. Eroded reef. Can't find the other piece of this. Making sound in space. Okay. So I think this was the planet we need to survey. We need to survey Proxicon A.
I think there's something you might be interested in.
You didn't. You definitely didn't. Planet we're literally right on top of. We could go to one of the points too. Points of interest is basically where you want to go if you actually want to do random exploration. Don't just land in the middle of nowhere.
Let's put this bird on the ground.
No more fun NPC hunt. Planet servers may require you to explore multiple planet biomes. Try landing at different spots on the planet. If you run out of things to scan, landmark life signs and hazard map icons will point you to the areas you can discover noteworthy planetary traits. Not gonna build a... Hey, Rogue. Good evening, dude. Good morning, actually.
Hiya, Skipper. What do you need?
Hello again. I was just... I bet you're glad to have me...
Checked out the
Let's talk again
cargo
soon,
space.
huh? It's always a good pleasure doing business with you, Captain.
Right.
Headed somewhere new, huh?
Why do things look different? I have a mod. It's called Starfield. Very, 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 very good for being able to do anything in the game. Anomaly, that's one of ours. Let's see. Animated structures are usually nothing of interest. Right. Give nettle, huh? Got some pretty hardcore gravity here, guys. Well, have fun, Sarah. Fucking whole herd following? What the fuck's going on here? Oh. Why are you attacking me? Sarah's the one that shot at you. Got lots of stuff going on here, guys. Mod already? Yeah, there's mods like on the first day. There's some definitely quality of life issues in this game. Like I said, I think a lot of people just really kind of dislike the game because of there's the Caltulum. It was, I swear it was 4 stars before. We've been at one of these relics before. But people are just kind of pissed off because of, well, assuming you know what a Bethesda game is, some people just don't like Bethesda games. That's just gonna be the way it's gonna be. Buddy, it's kind of amazing that she doesn't need to wear a suit. Yeah, definitely would say the game's probably like a 7 out of 10, but when you include like either polish or mods, which would come in the form of patches eventually, definitely a 9 out of 10. Very angsty music. File. Oh. Zoologist. Well, she's dead now. Also dead. Oh, look at this guy. Oh. Well. Guess they didn't really know what they're doing. An alien egg. I do love alien eggs. Thank you. Add it to the collection, guys. Huh. I don't know how long they say incapacitated for. Okay. I guess they really don't like shotguns.
You got nothing.
I actually say incapacitated for a while. Look at that. Spice, spice. Just shoot them. Oh, they're dead. Don't say anything that needs mods. The inventory system? Inventory system? I'd probably say is one of the biggest things that needs a mod. Like almost every single mod that I have is a quality of life mod, meaning it's just there to make it's either graphical or quality of life. I don't do cheat mods. Make things more enjoyable to play the game. I don't know what this is needed for, guys, but it seems to be very rare, so. I've only seen one other spot that has this. Got that already.
Oh, that jump looked painful.
Really? Gravity really sucks on this planet, guys. Good. I had the 8K Planet mod too for a little bit, and that was crashing my game though. I don't know why. Made everything look phenomenal, by the way. Not gonna bother with it. That's too high up. It takes too long for the jetpack to recharge. Despite this planet basically being frozen, guys, a lot of wildlife. Level 20. Let's F5. We've definitely been stuck in a death loop before, so. Bye, Sarah. I'm out of stamina. Fine, guys. Where do you get the mods? Nexus mods. I don't think you can use mods on a console, though. I don't know. I don't know how consoles work nowadays. I don't know if that's possible, or I think Bethesda might have to actually manually add mod support. What's this? Fluorine. Phosphorus liquid somewhere as well. I think we might... There we go. It's still pretty far away. We might need to go to a different area. Aura is complete here, so we probably should go to a different area. Actually, maybe not. I don't know if we'll find these in different areas. Four of them. 5? That's a structure that's not even structure. Bucks. I got a mod that shows my inventory weight too on the bottom left on the compass, which is very nice. There's one of the creatures here we aren't complete with, which are those big fucks. And in case we go somewhere else and we can't... No, we actually did finish them. Finish them, I would like to be able to. Go, now biome complete. Well, that's not good. Yeah. Out of med packs, apparently? Not. I don't know why they aren't working. That's unfortunate. There's going between different aggro radiuses, guys. Not where we want to be. Apparently we have to talk with Sarah again. I don't think I can teleport because I'm in combat. Let's see. If we can get out of combat. Black leather jumpsuit. Okay. Here in this game kind of sucks. Oh, We found a neon mining point, guys. We found a neon mining point. That's pretty fucking rare. Because I've never seen one before. At least that I know of. Maybe I did at one point. Uh-huh. Oh. Not gonna build over here. Even landing site. Wasn't even in any area that looks like it might contain neon either. Oh, doesn't matter, we don't have a mission for it anymore, so whatever.
Hope you've calibrated that thing.
Different area. Having like a bug orgy? Yeah. Good. You found lots of those. You mean there's a difference between the place you can put extractors and nodes, I assume. I assume you know. That wasn't a node where you can just pick up one neon. That's a place you could put down extractors. Yeah. Very rare, unless you have the talent for it. You can have, oh, that would kind of negate the purpose of them being super rare. But you can get a talent in scanning that lets you see, because it's level 3, lets you see level 3s on planets when you scan from a. But randomly generated cases generally are not worth doing. Rather just go to a normal facility. That's just a procedurally generated encounter. Missing the resource, guys. Chlorides. Positron battery. Rare manufactured component. Manufactured components are so fucking heavy. Never worth picking up. Found the last resource. That is. Oh, it's on the ground. We found an ionic liquid pool, guys. Wow. Also very rare. Sure, I'll eventually need it in the future, and I'll be like, "Where is that one planet that had that? I should have put a beacon down when I had a chance." That being said, you don't really need resources for anything in the game, and if you do, you can just buy them. So, outposts are like the biggest gotcha in the game. They're like, yeah, I'm gonna go build an outpost, and the only reason to build an outpost is so you can build another outpost. Pyramid scheme, guys. Outposts are a pyramid scheme because the rest of the game really doesn't need them. Oh. I haven't really seen, like, quests don't really need resources or anything. You can just find weapons, you don't need to build them. Hey, buddy. Aww. Oh. Put down a mine. Never actually used a mine before. Caps lock is always run. How do you... Maybe it's just a grenade. It's considered a grenade. G. Addicted yet? Yeah. Okay. Alright. Well, I guess it just instantly explodes. No, it's fucking on fire. Alright. It actually did a shitload of damage to it. It took out all this red bar. It actually did a boatload of damage to it, guys. Holy fucking shit. And it has a boatload of loot, too. And for some reason is carrying credits. Oh then. Pearl bug stalker. Unpack. Puffin things. No. Lots of credits. This guy just decided he was going to take his life savings and go and hang out with a bug. Sounds accurate for this game. Like, finding consumable, like, grenade explosives is so rare. At least so at my level so far. So, like, I haven't used them in, like, at all. Sadly, the passive regen talent is super far into the trees, so... super far into the physical tree. Planet's actually pretty stacked. Pearl pond, done. Found a neon and a fluoride. If only you could link your beacons on one planet together. Like, you can use the cargo link, but you'd have to put a cargo link at each building, or at each... I guess it's possible now. Like a waste. So, still missing some fauna and 2 traits, or 1 trait. Ionic liquids, there's another puddle. You guys just unlucky on the planet I was on. They're ionic puddle, guys. I could actually build an outpost here. Have a flashlight mod? No. I just don't even use a flashlight. Flashlights actually like give you tunnel vision, like if you're in a cave. My experience. Only time you have to really use them is in caves. Yeah, look at it. And then it has like banding on it too. It's not even like an LED flashlight from today. Like if you use a really nice LED flashlight, no, they made it as shitty as humanly possible. And it's like exactly the size of the scanning circle too, so when you're in a cave, it literally looks like you're looking through a hole. Fungal gross. Done. It's actually a pretty neat planet, guys. Technically have more things we can scan here. Might be tapped out on this biome, though. I have next level is scanning. How many points do I have? 2. Actually. Do it. Mega scanner unlocked. That helps so much when you're on planets. That. Look at this range. Look at this range, guys. Ionic liquids. You guys just getting unlucky on the planet I was on. Run away from those. Oh, out of 7 out of 10, it doesn't say biome clear yet, so. Hi. Gain to sprain, that's not what we want to say. I think I'm running slower now. And I'm actually running slower. Good. Yeah, like I said, it feels like maybe we should actually just get up and go to another area. So it looks like generally when you land, there's a general like good amount of stuff at the location, and then the further away you get, it just kind of turns into like diminishing returns. So like if we actually move to a new area, we might actually have a high chance of just finishing it. since we don't even need any of these anymore. I mean, we probably could find some more in this area, but we're not going to bother because we don't need to, so. Travel here. No, there we go. Yeah. It's not as crazy as No Man's Sky, but it's still pretty good. I mentioned this before, but they definitely could have... Wait. Fuck's my ship. There it is. They definitely could have licensed the No Man's Sky engine. They could have licensed the No Man's Sky engine and then built on top of that, and it probably would have been a better game. Probably would have been a much better game. Thermia. Anomaly. All these biomes can clear. Okay. There we go. 100%. Arctic, 100%. Ending zone's bugged now. Bugged and you can't do anything 100%. Ocean 0%. Cannot land here. Hey, the ocean's where I'm supposed to look? Yeah, I mean, No Man's Sky didn't really have much of anything going on in it. It was just, I mean, I played it for a bit. It was pretty cool.
Scan any promising leads?
End of the day, it was basically a tech demo without a game. I mean, just tech demo. Go over to the ocean and see what's going on here. It says this biome's complete too, so I don't think we're going to find anything in the ocean. Fuck's the last bit? What's going on here, guys? It's your area. If you the landing zones, so you get biome complete when you're in a landing zone. There's nothing else you can scan from it. That's when you get a biome complete. Because each biome, each area basically has resources in it and different things. But if you can't find anything, it won't. I'll say that it's biome complete. It's on the North Pole. Not 100% or the ocean. I don't know, I don't remember because I don't scan oceans, whether or not that means... There has to be like one more biome here, I don't know where the fuck it is though. Lands, coast, frozen plains. If this is something stupid where you need to research, that'd make me angry. Scanner for missing biomes? Might be. Go to the ocean just because we can. There's a neon nipple. Hazardous rain. Pretty sure when you go into the water you just die. I don't think there's really any scuba or anything. We're on the coast. The same biome complete, guys, but they're on the coastline. What happens if I just go in the water? Freezing liquid environment. Maybe you can go in the water? There you go. I think one of the other ones was a fish over here too. I think maybe you need the hazardous exploration talent. Like hazmat talent or something like that. Dude, this would be next to impossible without the improved scanner. Look like they can kill me. Oh, hey, look, that yellow bar is building up pretty fast, guys. I think I'm about to die. Frostbite gained. Oh, yes! I love status effects. Alright. Sneaking uses O2. Ship weapons cost more to fire while in targeting mode. Hypothermia. Taking health damage expends O2. Seek shelter immediately at risk of afflictions. Yeah. Okay. Here, something's taking up my entire bar. I guess you're just supposed to run along the coastline? I mean, even if I went out there, I don't really have a way of easily running into the... easily going and navigating the water. It doesn't seem like it went down either. It's just like walking through a puddle. So if you notice on the left side there, it no longer says biome complete. Makes me wonder if we we have just transitioned to a new biome, which is the coastline. Carrying me back to the ship, Sarah? Better. Pain. I'm in pain, guys. Frostbite became worse. That's not what we want to see. Freezing rain? What? Yeah, I can sleep in a bed and make it all go away. Like, the weird thing about the scanner is, like, the zoom on the scanner is even if you zoom in, it doesn't necessarily mean... Like, it doesn't increase how far you can see. Just kind of feels disingenuous a little bit. Only way to do that is by increasing the scanner level. Yeah, don't mind, we live in the future. Frostbite's nothing. need one more, I think, and we're fine. There we go. Alright.
I have things for you.
Let's get up. We're gonna sleep so my afflictions go away. Oh, free med pack. I love that. Maybe you have to sleep longer? I was pretty sure they made everything go away.
Get up and get going. We've got the stars to explore.
What? She's sleep talking? The fuck is that? Bugged out because of sleeping, apparently. I think my afflictions go away, did it? Cute. Poor. Next out, guys. Mastered the skill. 5 outpost modules. Probably should put points into actual meaningful skills at some point here. Like, outpost stuff is kind of neat and all, but, you know, kind of doesn't really help me go through the game for the most part. Mods. While boosting, all enemies disengage the player and can only reacquire them as a target after the player stops boosting. I mentioned before when we were playing the simulator, guys, it felt like some of the ship talents are just really OP. If help you through those later levels. Shields will occasionally resist 100% of all damage received. Occasionally repairing one block of a system. Repair a block of the system. Repair the entire system. There's like some parts of your ship that don't even work unless you get like a base level skill, guys. Ship targeting functionality. Thrusters you really need. Increase capacity. Installation of cutting-edge ship modules. Good stuff. Which isn't under science, it's under tech. Enemies take damage and when you boost and have a chance to catch on fire. Fuel is expended till empty, aimed on sights while you hover in place. Turret weapons, huh? That must be late in the game. I think I need to get a targeting control system, which I haven't yet. Mods. Still using the same guns from the beginning of the game, too. Kinda curious. Increases ADS speed. You mean reduce ADS speed? Depending on how you read that. Choke. I don't even know if I want to do mods. Mods just seem like they're kind of nice frills, but they don't really do much of it. Or an Ethan. Mod 3. Like, you have to go deep, too, to get the good mods. Good. Shotgun looks sick. It's pretty good.
Did you need something?
Unlike what you might imagine, though, the current shotgun, at least I have, you have to wait for the crosshair to come together, which means it's not really much of a shotgun in the first place because you have to wait for the accuracy on it. Yeah. Talk with Sarah Morgan. Of course, we need to talk to Sarah Morgan. I think what we're going to do tonight, guys, is we're going to... we're going to go to Neon. Another one at Sidonia. Got another quest here. Ours is pretty good. Stardust?
Now, I
Yeah?
have something I need to discuss with you.
You need to discuss
Yes.
with me. We need to...
Thanks for taking time to chat. I really need a friendly ear right about now.
Uh-oh.
I
We get to play
received a
psychologist,
message
guys.
from
Therapist.
Constellation, and it's given me a lot to think about.
Yeah. Hope it isn't bad news.
Not at all. It's just a list of requests, but when you read between the lines, it's obvious my absence is causing issues.
Aw. We also need to find Acedia or whatever her name is, too. Please.
No, it's the first time. But the fact that they're reaching out, well, it's given me a lot to think about.
Sounds like plans in real life.
Something like that. It's difficult to explain. Before I joined Constellation, I served for 8 years as the head of the Navigator Corps, until the UC decided to axe the department. It was a branch of the United Colonies Navy, a small fleet of ships outfitted for galactic exploration. Basically, a military version of Constellation. if you want to help, I feel like I need to give you some background. Just bear with me.
Row.
Had we notched some significant achievements, I'd agree with you. You see, the top brass demanded press-worthy discoveries to justify the spending, and money was tight after the war. Shutdown was inevitable. At the end of the day, I was in charge, so the blame obviously fell on my shoulders. Seriously? The Colony War, of course. You know, that little incident that caused.
Well, maybe how long is she alive for? You know?
Men and women as they squabbled over border disputes. That war.
God. Fuck you, Sarah.
Oh, like hell I can't. You once told me that you favored the journey over the destination. So I'm hoping you'll understand what I'm trying to say. I failed because I was more concerned about exploring the stars than pushing a pencil. If I had fought harder, I'm convinced our division may have had a chance to prove its value. That depends on your definition of significant. Discover a rare neutron star, and no one cares. But slap a picture of a kooky alien life form on SSNN, and suddenly you're a goddamn rock star. It's all about the propaganda, what gets the people excited. That's what the United Colonies was focused on at the time. That's just it, though. Did I push too hard? Did they shut us down because I wasn't quietly sitting at my desk approving meaningless memos? We'll never know.
Calm down. You know, the worst thing you could tell someone that's overreacting, just calm down.
Well, that brings us to this message now, doesn't it? Call it whatever you want. My drive, my initiative, my optimism. It's been my greatest strength and my worst nightmare. It elevates me to these positions of authority, but all I want to do is explore, not sit and make sure all the accounts are balanced.
Maybe you should resign your position as chair and just explore. Ooh, that's a hot one, guys. That could be taken really good or really bad. That is a hot dialogue option right there.
Oh, you have no idea how tempting that sounds. But then dumping everything I've worked so hard to achieve. It's like I've wasted another decade of my life. I can't do that.
We're actually gonna dump her if we find a new chick, by the way,
so
but...
frustrating.
Sorry to push you so hard. Hey, you're the one that wanted to talk.
Oh my god. You're right. I'm so sorry. You have to understand. Once Aja retired, I lost the only person that gave a damn.
Aw. I'll always be here for you, Sarah. This is not usually the time you would... I mean...
Look, it's clear that you have feelings for me.
Maybe not.
It's just... I've never had time for this sort of thing in my life.
There's one bed. There's one bed in my ship.
It's not you.
I mean, come on.
It's me. I'm just not ready to get that close. I can't. Not now. But Thank you for being there and listening. It helped. It really did.
I don't think I can... I can't actually kill Sarah, by the way. The quest NPC. Main mission. It's a shame that the 8K mod wasn't working properly. Okay. I believe we're going to call things here for this evening, guys, or this morning, actually. I need to eat dinner and go to bed. But good sesh. Started out earlier this evening, guys, where we talked about UAP Council, the NASA UAP effort. That was kind of a weird conversation, weird video to watch. It looked like they're trying to talk about like their methods and how they're going to approach the topic of UAPs on their board. But then at the same time, like it seemed like they were also not willing to share some things. So interesting in and of itself. If you're curious about that, I'm not being very concise with that, mainly because it's the end of my stream and basically my brain's burned out right now. But if you guys are curious about that, that's at the beginning of the stream. But I'm out of here for this evening, guys. Yeah? Well, good, Ethan. If you're new to the stream, guys, and you enjoyed the bullshit, enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed Starfield, make sure to follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, as well as YouTube live every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6. So about 11 p.m. Central Standard Time to 4 a.m., give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Our Starfield streams have all been longer than normal, but that's because I've been enjoying the game and trying to get some hours in here as doing random stuff and seeing where things go. But we're going to call things here for this evening, guys. I think tonight's stream will be a questing stream. We're going to be doing Neon, I guess. I want to go see Neon. We haven't seen Neon yet, besides landing there once, which should be interesting. We've got some quests to go and do there, too. So, that should be interesting. But we're going to call things here, guys. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Thursday night and Friday morning. Well, basically it's just Friday everywhere now. Have a good day, guys.